Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
stop loss or the best entry is someone else's stop loss, and you can imagine everyone that had their stop losses above this area is not too happy. So I don't know. I've put my background to kind of a bull bear. I'm indecisive right now. We're basically right where we opened, pretty close. I don't know.
There's a breaking news. Live-funded trader Kai up over 95K today. Wow.
Oh, where are we seeing that one at?
On the Topstep TV screen. Wow. Congratulations, Kai.
Oh, on the...
Wow.
Okay, I must have missed it.
On the feed there?
It's still there on the feed.
Oh, right there. I was looking for the ones that are at the very top, right above our names that are scrolling.
I got you.
But yeah, right there, right in the bottom, right below us. $95,000. Oh my gosh.
That's just amazing.
In a live account. I tell you what, you think I'm joking when I say I'm not the best. I'm just average. And we have some amazing traders. I see that every day here at Topstep.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely amazing traders in a live account. And there's a good example.
All right. Do we have a short entry? Or a long entry?
I'm looking for better setups. I don't know. The short entry was up top. The bottom entry, the long entry was down low. We're right where we opened.
Yes, sir.
Yep, right in the opening range. Well, we've got JD ready to join us. JD is going to be, of course, talking about the top 5 live P&Ls. Great to have you with us, JD. You ready to come in?
What is up, guys? Yep, I've got Friday's top 5 live funded P&Ls. There I am. All right, who is ready to see this? We got some big numbers on the board from Friday. Pavel there, trading the ES, MNQ, and NQ, $48,721 trading in the live funded account. Nice job, Pavel. Wow. We got Kevin, Armando, Sini, and Mohammed, all trading the NASDAQ. Actually, Sini was trading gold also, but Kevin, 72.30 trading the NQ, Armando, 63.75, Izini, 1,094 trading the NQ, and 47.34 trading gold for a combined total of 58.28 for Isini. Nice job mixing it up a little. And Mohammed trading NQ and MNQ. $4,400 out of the NQ and $317 out of the MNQ for a total of $4,730 on the day. Nice way to go into the weekend, folks. Decent numbers right there.
Right? Always good to go up on a Friday.
For sure. All right, guys, I need just a few more minutes, and then I'm going to jump in. We'll do some payouts, and then I'll stick around for the rest of fast markets after that.
Awesome, JD. Take
nice.
your time.
Just a few, and I'll be right back.
I like longs here. If we could break through these 84s, and we just broke through them.
Are we taking it?
I'm willing to long as well. That's the exact setup I was waiting for. So we had the closure back into the opening range, and now we are potentially breaking again above.
Nothing done yet.
So let's see.
Nothing done yet.
Nothing done yet.
I'm just watching this market, looking at technicals, waiting, being patient for a setup. No setups, no trades.
We are.
Ooh, I almost. I tried to get in right there, and I missed it.
I'm long one, and
I
I'm going to build a position. Yep. I'm going to build a position. Stop is going to be the low of the range. We'll see if that gets hit very fast, but I want to try at least one.
We're with you. We're long one. Where's the CYA again?
55. That's low, but that's only because I'm long one.
65?
55. The low 55. Of Kendall.
Yeah, I was gonna say I like 50s. Yeah, I like 50s. Well, that
got it. So we're long one with you. We're gonna accumulate this position with you. And if don't say
I'm gonna get in with you too. I want to get in long with you guys as well.
I got a bad entry, but that's
where are you long?
94. I would have preferred 86, but
it's okay. Of course, right?
I was long.
No, but that was the level I was looking for, right? But by the time I hit the button, it was already low.
Okay.
Let's see if we can have a push.
I want to get in with you. I'm still waiting, being patient. 3-bar reversal is going to be right there, right at 96. Great trade, right. Jerome. I didn't.
I'm putting it at break even just in case, because that can happen. So,
all right.
Once we break the previous high, if we do, I'm adding one. Okay, I'm adding one here and putting break even again. Perhaps I'm going to get out.
Okay, we added as well.
I'm perhaps out. It's 800. 802.75 is my break even. I can share my focus now, but once I have a couple of seconds, perhaps we will get out. I won't be able to get out.
Yep. Long two with you. Our average price
I'm out now. I'm out.
You're out?
Yeah. It got me out because I protected. So if it goes without me, but that was the trade I was looking for. I protected. I was looking for. So if it goes without me, I'm good with it. Perhaps I didn't manage it. It was what I wanted to do.
Well, it's looking like you managed it well now. Yeah, we added. Price was $797, but when you got out, we got out. Our house is $150.
Guys, I mean,
I had the 86 I was looking for. That would have been a partial profit, but all good.
I'm enjoying window watching on this. That's what I'm doing.
That's nice as well.
It is. I mean, that's 3 trades. I sit here and I watch play out really well, but according to the process, no trades. From a technical standpoint, I see everything that you guys are seeing. I like that break about these 84s. I tried to hop into it, and it left without me. And I mean, what can you do? The market's like, I don't want to say easier to read, but reading the market well, you're not getting in. I think with 0 trades and 0 profit and 0 loss.
Jerome, what's your plan after that trade?
Sorry, I got out. We did. So
yeah, we did.
That was So now, what happened? We had the move. I was personally looking for. Perhaps 5 minutes later it's going to happen. We'll have the push up. But if we don't, we had buyers try a push back up, right? And we have a strong rejection. So we have a sort of not really nice head and shoulder pattern. But if we can break and below if we can close below 72.25, I would strongly be looking for short. So potentially at 51, 52, or at 25, 26. We'll see. That's if we close below 72. So it looks like something is happening here. Crossed 52 level. Let's see the reaction right there.
Jerome, did you? I might have missed it. Did you mention your P&L so far?
Still flat 1500. Flat. Let me share
okay.
with you. Yeah. Here you
1500.
You see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. So that's the trade I took before, and I got break even on the trade with
basically
together. So
break even on that last one.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. That was a very nice protection. See that? Yeah, that rarely happened on my side, to be very honest and transparent. So I'm happy with it. Nice trade management. So the short is getting juicier. What's interesting is the S&P didn't flush as much as the Nasdaq. So I'm tempted to go one. Perhaps the stop at 72. Okay, so I think I'm not FOMOing. Breathing in, because we have the exact setup I was waiting for, but if we bounce from 26, I am cooked. So I'm going to be patient.
Yeah, it's risky, right?
Yes, sir. That's the continuation of the level I was looking for, so it would make sense as well. But the bounce makes sense as well, because it's a twice confirmed support zone. So,
Jerome, I think we have to add something to our trading vocabulary. And that's going to be based on something you said a few times today, a nice juicy short. What is it? What is the definition of a juicy short?
We have juicy longs as well, right? Yes. So a juicy trade is a trade that has a lot of pain for what the structure is showing, and low, not necessarily low risk. It could be high risk, but very high reward. So that's
there's a lot of meat on the bone.
Yes, sir. Exactly. So we reached the exact level I was looking for a potential short entry. So let me share the other screen. Do we get short here? That's the question. Here. So do we have a bounce at 26,726? That's what I'm looking for. I wanted to get short at 52, as I mentioned, but I wanted to wait, so I'm not frustrated to not be in this short. I would be very happy if this level 726 is confirmed and we can get in, and then we have a huge flush down, the 500, perhaps 400, who knows?
Big time.
Let's see.
Do we buy this though?
You know what I'm gonna?
In Dobie? I know Dobie. Where's he at? This is be the bottom if we're ranging. Bounce, right? This is the bottom.
Yeah. The thing is, the S&P printed a higher low, right? So it's a sort of different market structure. So let's see how this 5-minute candle closes. But yeah, when there's a sort of not gap, not divergence. I mean, perhaps it can be called a divergence. When there's like this gap between both assets, I'm cautious. So anything can happen, of course. I'm very tempted, very tempted to put a sell order at 25 and have it get filled or not.
Okay. I mean, so
That's very
far, so far, this is a start of a megaphone pattern.
58-12
Yes.
weekly kickoff low.
This is the pattern that makes everybody the most upset when we ran the highs. And if we run the lows and then reverse, then yeah, that would be the worst case for a lot of traders. I mean, would it make sense for no news the rest of the day and major news tomorrow? Maybe. You just, I find
25.
it hard to find trade right now.
25 was a good level. Let's see if we can have it again. Let's see. I'm ready to fire. So let's see.
Ready to fire?
To fire some contracts. I mean, a trade.
To the short side?
Yes, sir. I'm pondering my votes. The new 30-minute candle is opened. Let's see how it reacts.
I have no problem with shorts.
Especially a juicy short.
A juicy one. This one's juicy. We could sell off to what, 20,300s, 20,400s.
I got my finger on the mouse. S&P is holding weekly kickoff low, however. 58.12.
Let's see. I'm waiting to get a better price. So that's wonderful.
You were looking at 55s earlier, 755s. You like that for a entry?
Yes, sir. 52. Potentially 52. Potentially 52 can be juicy.
3-bar reversal in 5 minutes.
Where's the stop? Stop. So wait, market is dynamic, right? The S&P is re-breaking the high of its opening range. So if we have continuation, if that means we have Titanic buyers getting in the ring right now, we should jab with them, right? But on their side, so we should be looking for longs, because the potential level I was looking for has again confirmed support, right? We had a 60 points bounce, so that's definitely a confirmation of support. So if we re-break the high of the opening range, it's either we get a good position or we are late buyers. So it's a risky entry, but it's not a bad one. I don't think it's a bad one. It's not necessarily a good one, but it's a risky one.
I mean,
what do you think?
Where's Dobie at? Where's Dobie? Dobie would be buying that. Would have been that, right? The bottom of that. Yeah. That is true, Hope.
We are being patient today, but pretty sure a lot of people have taken trades so far.
Yep. I am going to be looking to continue to be patient. If I was just going to say, if we get a pullback, I'm buying it. I mean, very much like we've seen this morning, right? We had that nice rally, and we have a like half of a pullback to that same zone. Then, yeah, I'm possibly going to be looking to buy it, where we had that big rally, pullback to around these 40s to 50s, and then look to buy it and that continuation up. So that's what I'm looking for right now, is pullback, consolidation, and possibly a continuation up back towards 800.
Let's go. Was this news related or not? Not really. You know what could happen as well? And that would be a big confluence point for a short back down there. So this candle right there, the big green one, is the opening of the 30-minute candle. So let's assume we go back down and we flip bearish. That would mean we had a nice top week here. We've had a nice liquidity run. grab like late buyers. And we have the retest of this 726 level that could, of course, be another level for buyers, but that could be an extra point for short. So will the price allow us to revisit this level? We don't know, but if we do, we'll be ready.
A lot of long wicks on that 30-minute chart up there, aren't there?
Yes. A lot of wicks.
All right. Well, let's take a look at some of the other markets here. Looking like
what gold is doing?
Crude oil is still just inside its overnight range. Very little directional activity, just kind of holding against last week's high on both sides. That would just be a range trader's dream. As gold doing pretty much the same thing. A lot of overnight inventory to the short side, but really just kind of centering price around the IB low from Friday. Just not a lot of regular trading hour activity. Everything was pretty much very range bound, including our equities, which we're just seeing some early extremes. The initial balances are established. I'll put those on the charts here very shortly, but seems as though these markets are seeking new information.
I am now long.
Oh, you're long now?
Yep, I am long from 763.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
If we have a weak fill of the previous candle, yeah, that would be
all right,
a beautiful entry.
765s. Tried to be cute and squeeze in on that, but missed it. So we're a little worse as far as location. Only one contract here, though, Dakota.
Okay. Fair enough.
I'm
looking for the same thing we've seen earlier. We've seen all those buyers step in. We got that pullback. We're consolidating a little bit. I'm looking for that continuation up. And here we go. Let's see. Beautiful. I'm going to close off one right there at 85. Still in 4 contracts.
Beautiful.
Let's see if
we are rebreaking the high of the opening range.
90s.
Yeah, I think we can have huge volume coming in right now. I'm tempted to get long because that's the level I was looking at, 86.
There you go. Close another one off 96. See if we could get 97.
Missed it. All good. Well played. Beautiful trade.
Great. Hundreds.
Come on, let's get that continuation. I don't want to see a complete reversal now.
No. Have you moved your stop up at all, Dakota?
Yeah, CYA is at 46. CYA is at 46. Wanted to see a push and a hold into these 90s. We could test 800s. Okay, I'm going to close off another one right there at 95 if I could get it. I want to close it off on a bounce, though, joining the ask. Come on. One more push higher. I'm not gonna...
You know what name you should put to your team, Coach Dakota?
What's that?
Join ask.
Join
the Wizards. Because you're a wizard, man.
No, here we go.
Right.
Close off another
you
one.
You get the levels nobody gets, and it's crazy. There's so many reasons why you're number one. It's beautiful.
Close off another one at 800. I mean, it's the same thing we've seen this morning, right? I mean,
and we had one on. I just took it off just short of 800 there.
Okay, I'm gonna leave one as a runner.
House now up 701.
Beautiful.
Great trade. I will say this. If we get... I want to hold this one until tomorrow. I want to get into a good position. This might be that position. Yeah, because remember the 4-hour trend line, and if we do get some more bullish momentum here, this could be it. I could hold this until tomorrow. I don't probably not hold it into that news, but yeah, this would be MOC
Just overnight.
over, market on close. Yeah, maybe just a market on close. Yeah. Yeah, and why not? Why don't I switch my background to a bull now, huh?
Bull. There you go.
Man, I wanted to enter at 86 and instantly spiked up.
Oh.
Beautiful move. Beautiful.
We only had one on.
Here we go.
We only had one on, otherwise we'd have a runner with you. Nice trade.
Beautiful
Dakota.
bounce from 26, rebreak of the beautiful.
Uh-huh.
Man, this is going to back to 21,000. Telling you.
Yeah, there we go. Someone says, why not 5? I was in 5.
Yeah, you were in 5.
I was. You guys watched it. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Do we have a potential short entry? Mm-hmm.
No shorts, Jerome. No shorts there.
No shorts.
Don't even see the name.
Let me trade.
No, you could do what you want. That's valid, though. Maybe if you want to talk about cheap shorts, Dobie would be selling up there. We know it. Dobie would be selling up there into those 830s.
Right. IB is in. Just as a reminder, Friday's session, the initial balance high and low were the high and low of the entire session. It was a normal trading day on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
We closed the gap to Friday's low. That's 20,874.75.
Really nothing here over the wire either. You'd think we'd be seeing a lot more action. I tell you, just watching gold here, trying to catch a trade here, and it's like a rodeo.
Yeah. Anything on tilt for us, Eddie?
Tilt right now, we're still showing gold long, 69%, 48%, 44% in the money. Some people getting out, taking credit or taking profit here, but otherwise we're about 50-50 across the board. We're in crude, NASDAQ, and the ES.
Thanks, Eddie.
There's going to be a lot of shorts get squeezed if we could break through these 40s and hold.
Yeah, S&P's closed the gap. S&P's held weekly kickoff low as support, 58.12. Day session low, 58.13. A little bit of a reversal maybe coming in here. You know what they say, Jerome, Dakota, if there's no bad news.
Yep. How does that 4-hour chart look like? That's been on the back of my mind, Hogue. 4-hour trend line. Or a daily or whatever, that major one for the fall.
That was a good shot, man.
The wizard.
The wizard.
We'll see if we can do a
John to
short
make a
squeeze
good
here.
wizard. Can you turn my X into a frog?
You can definitely try transform a red PNL into a green PNL. That he can.
They're all green and gray to me, Jerome. There's no red.
Oh
on
yeah,
you.
That's true.
They're blind. Here we go into those 850s.
My bad.
All these shorts getting liquidated. I have that as a good running joke because I didn't find out I was colorblind until the fall, like October or something like that. Okay, let's see if we can make a run into these 900s.
Look at you. Just took out the IB high. Got a hold above it. IB high 855.
Yep, I want to see this market hold above these 40s. The more time we spend, the more nervous
Better
I'm
off you'll
sure
be.
everyone hoping. Yep, exactly. Yeah, the shorts are puking.
Dang it. I was potentially looking to enter around 810. Like I was considering it, but by the time I think it already bounced. So. Because that's the previous resistance level we had.
Yeah, this is
from it. So, a beautiful trade. Wow,
beautiful trade.
Yeah.
See if we hold IB high.
Points.
Beautiful.
This is the next resistance zone right here into these 870s, 860s. And then the question is, are we going to return to where we opened up Sunday night? Which is going to be 21,000. Can we just get to 21,000?
I mean, it's a potential long entry for me. Of course, I'd be late, but there can be huge volume. If I can get in before, that would be juicy. But, let's see.
You used that word a lot today.
These longs are juicy.
Moist like a towelette.
I got
they got to say, Jerome, they got a gum here, Wrigley, called Juicy Fruit.
What's that fruit?
It's yellow.
I couldn't tell you the flavor of that gum to save my life.
It's yellow though, right? It's a yellow wrapper.
Yeah, yellow wrapper. Yeah,
it's fruit.
Juicy fruit.
Good.
Oh no,
I always love juicy fruit.
Fruity chew. Oh,
yeah. Can't blow bubbles with it though. It's just sort of like adult gum.
Just so it. a nice sleep with them, right?
Yes.
What do you think about Gold Hope?
Just looking at it.
Please.
You know, I've been trying to catch gold all day today, and I tell you, it's almost impossible.
It's very, very range bound. Now, if you look at the 30-minute chart, I'm just putting the IB high and low on it right now. So let's see here, 726.92.90. Okay.
The short on gold looks nice.
Yeah. I mean, there were a lot of overnight shorts there. A lot of shorts overnight. It's just been kind of reconciling those overnight shorts, but without pulling back into range and near settlement. It's only a 130 tick range. It's a very small range so far for the session. I mean, I would be looking at, if something were to happen, some sort of extension above the IB high or below the IB low, to see if we can see any extension of that. Because with this very small initial balance, it's not going to take a whole lot of energy to extend above or below it. It's sitting right in the middle of it, right in the middle of the IB. There's nothing I can do here. Eddie, I would just set it aside until something changes. But focus on the IB high and low. 26.79.90 initial balance low. 26.92.80 is the initial balance high. I mean, it's a very small, very range bound, kind of a weak high on it, kind of an unfinished upside auction. So we do see some overnight inventory adjustment come, and it's very late for that. You might see it off this high, this IB high, kind of a weak high up there. No excess. Just very, very iffy.
No trade zone for you.
Oh, no. No, I'm looking for something better than that. Gold, crude oil has a little bit of a jump here now. It left the IB low, the IB high at 77.91 and has never returned. That's going to be a long for me. And it's putting in new highs as we speak. Got overnight highs right around 78.56 to see if we're going to get a test of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have 7 consecutive green candles on crude oil.
Yeah. Get 10 minutes to find out if we're going to close this next 30-minute bar above the initial balance high in the S&P and the NASDAQ. But I still like the long.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, don't have any more trades for the rest of the day from my end, Hogue. It's just managing this long trade, which it's not going to be a lot to manage. It's just hold and maybe look for areas to trail it, and that's going to be about it. I mean, I would suspect a pullback here, maybe a pullback to where we broke out, right? This was some major resistance around these 830s, 840s, this zone. And so I wouldn't be surprised of a pullback down towards this zone and, resistance becomes support. But I mean, you never know what's going to happen. That's why we have a stop loss. But I've locked in 25 points on this trade. So no matter what happens, it's
beautiful.
A green day for me.
A great trade.
Beautiful.
It was a really, really, really great trade. We've got top 5 payouts coming up here. We're going to have Gabe come in and do those. Gabe, you ready?
I am. What is going on, everybody? Real quick, subbing in for JD. Good to see you as well. Real quick, we have top 5 payouts to end the week from last week from the live funded accounts. So let's run these real fast. We got Josh and Beer, 21,000 smackaroos. We got Stephanie O with a nice round number of 20K. We got Clifton S coming in with 5,400. Caleb B with a $2,875 payout. And Thomas A finding a way to pay himself with a nice $918. So that's what we had to close out last week on Friday. And Eddie, I believe there's a couple of these traders that might be eligible for the payout club. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah. Payout club. Well, traders who have 5,000 in the payouts paid yourself out at least 5,000. Doesn't have to be all in one sum. You are eligible to join Topstep TV's payout club. Now, everyday chat on the payout club check-in form. Our exclusive 5K club hat. There it is, right there. Beautiful hat. You probably see that on Andre a lot. If you have paid yourself out 5,000 or more, we're going to put there is the link in the chat. Thank you for putting it there. But right now, we can only ship to traders in the United States, but we're looking to expand in the future. So if you are somebody outside of the States, you have paid yourself out 5,000, hold on. We're on something where we can mail it directly to you. But that's what I've got, and I'm going to give this back to Johnny Hogues. Back to you, Johnny.
Thanks, Eddie, and thank you, Gabe. Always great stuff. Boy, we got a little upside auction in those equities now, don't we? We're going to close that 30-minute bar in about 6 minutes. Oil thing came off pretty quick. Last week's low in the NASDAQ, 80.74 in the orders. Last week's S&P is also 58.45 and a quarter, putting in that most recent high. Boy, that came off pretty stiff.
Well, the question is, who caught that short? I mean, we had that 3-bar reversal at 46. We got to that zone. This is that zone. Really quick, right? We broke through it, came back, and that was really fast to get back to this consolidation zone. That
you're still long that one runner?
Yeah, I'm still long. I'm going to stay long.
Okay.
My current stop loss is at 789, and you expect that pullback. Markets don't go in a straight line. It's against you, but I don't mind. I don't mind staying out plus 20 points. If I wasn't long, I would actually be looking to get in long regardless, because this is a pullback, right? This is a major area of resistance, and when you break out of resistance and have a pullback, look for resistance to become, and this is a decent area. If the market's going to find this would be it. Breakthrough, I get stopped out, and
you still had a good day.
Yeah, one trade. This is the only trade I've taken today.
Nice work. Nice work. So between Mo, you, and the house, we're all up. Nice job. Jerome. I don't want to say that because Dakota's long.
Oh, you can say
just said it 3 times. Beetlejuice.
I'm finished, though. I'm long, but I'm finished.
Okay.
All right.
Here we go. We're going to break
it doesn't matter if we could all chant Jerome if we wanted to. It's not going to make a difference.
All right.
Okay, then I'm short 15. No, just kidding.
Oh, geez. Well, then we'll start chanting. 15.
That would
Hold
be.
On, let me light the tiki torches.
We'll need an opera chant then. With the market down with 15 lots of.
All right. Well,
but on a serious note, do we look for short here, or I mean, of course, it's a pullback actually. So, will this be a pullback to continue the trend up, or will we go back down and perhaps rip lower and fall off?
Well,
so we'll see.
According to
the
profiles,
we could go back down right to where we opened.
Auction. That's a short.
If we go back down, we have a juicy short right there.
Juicy.
Yeah, it would be. It was juicy short from all the way up at these 46s.
Yes, sir.
There's got to be someone who caught that 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute to short up there. That's a juicy short.
That was a nice one. Very nice.
46 at
50, 60 points.
That was juicy. Hey, well, while we're hanging out watching to see what with Dakota's runner, we do have some news. It looks like we've got James Harden ready to break in with some interesting and hopefully informative news for us.
That's right, Hogue. I bring you all the hits and highlights from the weekend and some of the days prior. Starting with our first story. Philadelphia, I knew I loved you for a reason. Philadelphia has played more Creed than Taylor Swift on those Touch Tunes jukeboxes in the year 2024.
Nice.
My kind of town.
Absolutely.
Wait a minute, that's Sinatra.
No real reason for this, other than they just think that Swifties aren't going to these bars with touch tunes in them. I know my favorite party trick is to load up the same Creed song 5 times in a row, so if I was in Philadelphia, I would probably be a part of this. But sadly, here in Chicago, only they get to have One Last Breath on repeat 5 times in a row. Best song in the world! So Philly, you are the place to be. A little bit more local at-home news. MJ's mansion here in Chicago. It was bought recently, but now that guy is realizing that it's a lot of space and a lot of money for just him. So for an easy $1 million, we can all go splitsies on a share of Michael Jordan's mansion. What that gets you is you can stay about a week a year. You can accommodate up to 20 guests, including children of any age. But if you do go in on the 1 million, you are also responsible for 2% of the property's annual expenses. So get ready to pay for the long haul.
I bet he's going to do it. I bet he sells
only
it.
A week?
I bet he sells them all.
I bet he does sell them all. Well,
week,
Eddie, it's like a timeshare. It's the Michael Jordan timeshare. You get to have it 1 week out of the year.
Yeah.
Yep.
Airbnb.
Luxury add-ons are also available, including private chefs, pre-purchased food and drinks, luxury transportation, and on-site services. So, bidding starts March 2025 onward. So, boys, let's start ponying up. All right, we start putting a nickel every time one of us is on mute in the jar. We can have this thing paid off in 2 weeks.
Oh, that's what that's going towards. Sure, I'm
Yeah.
for that one.
I think I have
probably.
guests.
I probably have like
20
10,000 I sent to Jack.
20
Yeah,
lucky
exactly.
numbers.
Our next story, brought to you by Hogue. Nearly half of all Americans carry a backup pair of underwear just in case.
Really?
You go, America. Yeah, I don't know. I don't do this, but nearly half of all Americans, 70% of those that do carry spares have had to have their backup pair come to the rescue at least once.
Wow.
Reasons for carrying a
Amazing.
backup range pretty not dramatically, but it's what you would think, right? Number one answer, in case something bad happens. Number two, you're going to go to the gym and you want to be fully, full change of clothes later. Fully fresh. And I think the third top answer was just because. It's like the you never know. Oh, no, the third answer was if you're clumsy and they're likely to spill something on themselves. Got to be spilling something pretty deep. From within. So
I used to just bring a washing machine with me.
No,
great idea.
I do not carry an extra pair of underwear.
Oh,
I tend to live dangerously.
There you go. But yes,
it's like a bounty. Yeah,
it's like having a concealed carry gun. You don't want anybody to know you have it. You hope you don't need it, but it sure comes in handy if you do.
They're just in case, right? Just in case. I feel like most Americans have been in a situation where you wish you had a backup, but I digress. Our last story is a quick little retrospect and a story near and dear to my heart. About a year ago, the city of Chicago was blessed with the miracle that is the rat hole. But where is it now? If you don't know the rat hole,
I'm short one NASDAQ. Sorry to interrupt you. Just
take that story down. We'll come right back to the rat hole.
No, go back to it. I'm just short one at 98.25. Stop is going to be 40 points, 840. Let's see if we
Right
can
here.
have a move back down. Let's see if we can
All
have a
right.
move back down. It's a risky one. But
I was gonna just add to my long too.
yeah, but do it. I don't want to.
No, I
Buy
know. As soon
something.
as you said short, I was getting ready to click the button buy. We could
All right.
both be right though too. That's the thing.
You can.
I mean, it's riskier on my side. Let's see.
I'm just looking at this 5 minute and this 3 minute chart here. And like all the moving averages, all the VWAPs.
Break the previous low. I'm putting break even. Okay, I'm break even now. The trade is break even. In case of we hammer back up, I'm okay with. Okay, I'm out now. Perhaps we'll take a better entry. We'll see.
Okay.
Because we've had 1, 2, 3, almost 4 touches, and I mean it can happen on the 5th, but I don't want to risk it. So you can add as much as you want, Dakota.
Okay, I'm free to add. Okay.
Free to add. All right, James, you want to finish up?
Really quick, because this is a very, very important story, but more importantly, is a poll in the chat. We need your answers. Do you carry a backup pair of undies just in case? Probably the most important poll we're going to post today. But my last story, the Chicago rat hole. If you don't recall, we covered this story extensively last year. But in the Roscoe Village neighborhood of Chicago, there was an imprint of what looked to be a rat that had fallen in some wet concrete. In fact, if you go to the next picture, Gabe, I took a screenshot of the said rat hole. There it is. There's our little buddy. This took Chicago by storm. I mean, it was everywhere. It was on the Tonight Show. Like Fallon sang a song about it with the Roots. The neighborhood hated it because people were just coming out in droves taking pictures of this thing. And it eventually led to the city of Chicago cutting it out of the concrete and uprooting it. But since then, where has it gone? To this day, you cannot go see it publicly, but the city of Chicago has assured us that it is actually under protective glass in City Hall. And they're figuring out how they're going to put it back to the public. I think we should just get rid of the beam and just put the rat hole there. That's my Chicago.
There's a hot take for you.
Yeah.
Under protective glass.
That's just crazy that they actually have that thing and it's like being protected and
you don't get to touch the Declaration of Independence. It's the same deal.
The national treasure. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? At this point, I mean, nothing surprised me. Duct tape a banana to a wall and sell it for millions. Yeah,
it's called
nothing
art, you savages. And with that, I'll give it back to you.
Mm-hmm. Well, our failed upside auction in the NASDAQ and in the S&P is really getting a deep rotation here. Everybody flat now? Dakota, you're still long one, right?
I'm actually looking to buy it right here into these 60s. I'll keep you updated.
Okay, adding to it.
Watching this fall right. Exited it, but
that was a great short, Drum.
Mm-hmm.
That was a really good short on your end. Okay, I'm long. I am long now, and I'm going to continue to add it.
Jeez.
Refresh your charts, Dakota, when you have a chance. No rush.
Yeah. Give me a second. I'm going to try and build a position right here. I want to see if I could build a position here into these 60s.
Our funded trader, who was up 73,000 earlier, is now up 88,000. Just
I think he's
having a
short,
day,
right? So
another day at the office.
The more Nasdaq flushes, the more his P&L will grow, I believe, because he must be short, right?
Wouldn't it be something if he'd like pick the bottom, pick the top, pick the bottom, and pick the top again, and is now short.
Yeah,
Could you imagine that? So,
Somebody better.
just so we all know, I'm long 4 at 770. I'm still trying to share my.
I'm long 1 to put my toes into the water.
All right. Well, I don't want to be out of. I want to not be in this party, so I'm buying 2.
And I'm gonna protect this quickly if I have the opportunity.
774
once we break the previous highs. Okay, we did somehow.
Where is the CYA on this trade?
Okay, does that work? So for right now, that's the hard part. I would be okay with 70 or 41 right now. 41 is where my CYA is.
That's where I just put it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
For those that are new here to Topstep, CYA equals a stop. For your
yes.
Cover your ass. Bring an extra pair of underwear.
There you go.
Yes.
that's a good one, Hogue. That was good.
You guys saw those poll results, right? You guys saw that 77% of our traders that actually submitted for the poll are not prepared and do not have a second pair of undies just waiting for them in their car.
Opposite of the overall, it looks like, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Because we're tough. We're traders, man. We're traders. We clench.
We used to have to in the pits. Best
100%.
market? No, I can't. Nobody's going to the bathroom. You go right here. You hold it.
No, if you missed your window, you're done for the day.
Clench and pray.
DFD.
Here we go. Let's see these 80s come into play.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm out. I protected it. Perhaps we'll get a better entry. I don't know.
I want to see us go now. I don't like that we immediately rejected those 80s.
Yeah, I feel the short is still in play somehow. If we don't get back up quick. I might go short, guys.
We're right in the middle.
If we break 52, I'm gonna go short, I think.
52. What are we thinking, Dakota?
For me, it's still the same, but I could see what Jerome's seeing. I mean, we got up to those 80s, immediately rejected. Obviously, as a long, you don't want to see it reject a number like that. I was looking for that breakout. We tried, we hesitated, we got right back down. I would be okay with closing right now. I don't like to close my trades early. For me, it's process over profits. Even though, yes, trading just being flat right now could be very valid. I just follow through. I have to follow through. That's my process, regardless of how I feel, because my feelings in the market does not go hand in hand.
Yeah, hopefully,
yes, sir.
Our stop won't be the better entry.
Maybe it will be. Maybe our stop will be the better entry. Shh, don't say anything. Don't speak it into existence. Yeah, don't let our stop be a better entry. Oh, here we go. Here we go again.
Just hanging on by a thread here.
You see how it'll play with your emotions. It does.
Yeah.
It does. Get out, get back in, get out, get back in, get out, get back in. There's probably 4 times already I wanted to be flat. I don't mind taking 27 points to the risk.
I'm short.
Didn't change much on that. That was basically break even, right?
I'm short. Yes, sir. Did we break 52? We didn't.
Up about $1,500, something like that.
Yes, 14.95 to be exact.
14.95. That was 3 years after Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
Oh. Not a long time ago.
I see what you're seeing, Jerome. I like that.
See? I got 57. We'll see. But I don't like we have opposite directions. That's not what I like.
Hey, 2 different strategies. We could both be right or we could both be wrong. It's one of the things I love about the market.
Yes, indeed.
Effortless. Actually, the house account right now is currently up. Surprise, surprise.
Oh, it's a nice day there, Johnny Hogs.
Yeah. Hey, these are our great traders, man. We're gonna be backing them. Unfortunately, one's one way, one's the other way right now.
Yeah, how do you back this one now? That's the question. Huh?
I guess we'll stick with the one we started with.
At 14.92, Johnny, I think it deserves a.
Of course, yes.
I love this one. Okay, we're having a strong push from buyers. Let's see where we go.
Hey, what time is it, Eddie?
Would you like to be a Topstep VIP?
Would you?
What time is it?
Topstep VIP.
Read up on our VIP.
Yes.
Here we go again.
Here we go again.
I demand more. I want it. I need it.
Oh,
and I'm
VIP.
gonna have it.
Well, we are scouting for new traders to join Topstep VIP. Sign up on the check-in form linked to the chat. It'll be up until 1 p.m. Central Time. The more you check in, the more entries you'll have in the draft starting January 20. Topstep VIP. This is what you get if you are one of the lucky 500. 3 months. Trading combines free. 2 free resets each month. A private team chat room with exclusive access to your coach and special events. And remember, no activation fee. So stay tuned this week for more check-ins. This is number 22. And make sure you're here for Top Quiz on Friday because 25 winners will be drawn for additional entries. So once again here, the link is pinned to the chat box. Not a box, but it's pinned to the top of the chat. Click on that, enter the form, and good luck. Back to you, Mr. Hogue.
Thanks, Eddie. Thanks. Yeah, it's pinned to your underwear. Just click on the link and get your number 22. We got 10 is coming in end of the month. Going to be great stuff. You can vote on Dakota's coaching team name on Twix.
Oh, another thing too. If you're in the trading combine, yes, you can be picked. If you've got an XFA, yes, you can be a part of it. If you've got a funded account, yes, you can be part of it. All right, heads up, and remember that. A lot of people are saying, if I'm in an XFA, can I? Yes, you can. If I'm in an account, yes, you can.
Yes, those of you looking for the link, it is right at the top of the YouTube chat area up there. It says Topstep TV Scouting Form number 22. Click that link. Get your chances in. Great stuff, man. That VIP program is fantastic. A lot of good traders getting a lot of benefit out of that. I was like floored when Jay, like 65% of his team has succeeded in the trading combine. That's just amazing.
Awesome.
That is amazing.
Tells you something. Yeah.
Absolutely. Coaching is good. Coaching is certainly good, man. I had coaches, I had mentors, I had all kinds of help when I first started trading. Trading psychologists, therapists, friends. One of my best friends, basically gave me the book Mind Over Markets, and that was really when I started to understand how markets work, was on reading that book. But you don't have to go it alone, man. You got the chance here. Get your VIP, get it set up, get in it, and get on with it. A lot of good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Still holding these longs.
There are some amazing coaches. I tell you what, I've learned a lot. I've learned a lot from Coach Jay and Paul and Vince, and just spending time with them, watching them. I've learned a lot coaching as well. And there's not a better teacher than teaching others, to be honest.
So you're right, Dakota. I mean, you learn so much by helping others.
Exactly.
I've been, here at Topstep for almost going around to 14 years, and I've had the opportunity to talk to and work with thousands of traders, and the things that I've learned from them, it's immeasurable. And hopefully they've learned from me as well, but it's just such a great program. I'm really, really proud of the fact that we're doing that, and good stuff.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, thinking out loud, being on Topstep TV, it is a lot of pressure when you're in front of thousands of traders, right? Like, here, let me just show you how to. I'll show you my process, right? Win, lose, draw, it doesn't really matter to me. I don't care about losing. It's part of trading. It's a very important part of trading, is being able to handle losses. Then continue to do it over and over and over again. And then, thinking out loud and telling everybody what my personal thoughts are. And then obviously with anything on the internet, especially YouTube and thousands of traders, everybody has their opinions. We see it. Some of the better traders here, myself, we have Jerome, where, I'm long, he's short, I'm long, vice versa. And that's the reality. And so the internet is, when everyone's behind a computer screen, you have your own opinions, and we run into the occasional troll. But that shouldn't change. And doing what we're doing here at Topstep.
Okay, I'm out.
All right, profit for you.
$14. Every time we had a breakout and tried to manage this lot, so I added one. And so once we had the last flush, I put break even and it got me out. So situation. So if I don't have the move I'm waiting for quick in this type of situation, You're long, guys.
So what price were you short, Jerome?
57. 56.75.
Okay, and what did you take profit at? So you?
I didn't. It's break even. Like I got
okay,
$14 break even. But yeah, I added one, took it out, added again, took it out, and finally re-added it, and it got me out at like $30. And in the end, I got $14 off profit.
Nice. So you were short, we were long. You've taken profit. We're still in it. We're hovering around break even as well.
Correct.
Actually, just right around break even. So technically, if we close, we could both scratch a break even. You were long, we were short. Vice versa. I mean,
yes.
I like these longs, Hogue.
And
I really do.
At some points, I was up 15 points almost. So yeah, we were both right. So what's your entry, guys? 69 and 74.
74 half or 74 quarter for house. And Dakota's
right
a little better than that.
Yeah, house has a better entry point than me. Or I got 69 and a quarter.
Yeah, so you're a little better than we are on that entry.
Can I have a better short entry? Sorry, but I still want a short. Can I have a better price?
Look at that 3-bar reversal, Hogue. If we could break through these 80s, I think we can have a nice leg to the long side.
ACH. We'll see.
The high of the opening range is holding very well on the S&P on the 15-minute time frame in the 5. It's beautiful. So the thing I will be looking for is if we come back to 5,829 for the S&P, I will perhaps look for a short or a re-entry on the Nasdaq, perhaps, if the market allows me to do so. So I'll watch what the S&P does around the high of its opening range, because I believe that would be a sort of indicator of if we're going to follow through upside to the upside or the downside. Because this is an area that holds very well, but the last 5-minute candles have tested this level. So there's a big chance if we retest it again, it got weaker, right? So.
Well, we had it for a second there, Dakota.
I know we did. I'm over here fighting technical issues. This has been a year of technical issues with me. Running my stream during slow markets, I've run into I don't know what it is, buffering issues, and now just being able to share my charts. But yeah, nothing's really changed. We've been consolidating here at the 760s for the last 20 minutes now, almost.
Not gonna kind of fatten up our losing time percentage a little bit if we get out of this.
Euro close in 5 minutes. By the way, did the viewers hit the like button of today, guys? If you didn't, please hit the like button. Thank you.
Yes.
There we go. Now we wait. You said you're short now again, Jerome? Flat. Everyone's flat.
Sure.
We have 30 minutes left of fast markets, and we're just kind of going sideways. Euro close in what? 4 minutes? 3 minutes?
Yes, sir. You're flat?
No. I meant you're
Okay.
flat. I was thinking.
No, we're long. Still.
We're long.
Still.
We're long.
Just
The only
playing
thing
with
that's
us
making me
here,
nervous
Dakota.
is the only thing that's making me nervous here, Hogue, is that question, right? Is our stop a better entry? What if our entry was our stop? And I'm just thinking through that. And yeah, I don't mind. This is a trade. If I wasn't long now, I would be trying to get in long now anyway, because we were consolidating. And you look at your screen over there on the right hand side on that 5-minute chart. I mean, look at that consolidation, and a break above would be a beautiful trade. A break below could also be a trade too. It's an area of consolidation, and a break of consolidation, typically we see that expansion and a move. It's, the only thing that makes me nervous on this trade is it wicks us, it ticks us out, and then it decides to go a direction. But we'll see. We shall see. Only time will tell.
If that's the case, then yes, our stop would have been a better entry.
We just put that in the notes for next time. That's been the theme of what we're looking to do. I would take this. I'd take this trade 10 times out of 10 right now, regardless of win or lose. I like it.
Here you go. That's the wizard spell activation. Watch out for the market right here, right now.
It's a blessing or a curse. One or the other. We're going to find out. Yeah, a good way that I would build into this is putting a buy stop as we start to break in our favor. So like as we start to break out of this consolidation range, would be building into the position. That would save us from getting into a full position and it wicking us out or going the opposite direction. Getting in as it's going in our favor.
Is gold on steroids today?
What is it doing?
Eddie was trying to get into some gold trades, right?
Yeah.
Wow. Crude oil is... Focus. You were looking for long on crude oil, right? Oh.
Focus on the extremes.
Crude oil.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well,
the market just post. It's been like half an hour. The market, yeah, it's like consolidating. I wouldn't be surprised to have a huge increase of volume for the next half hour. Because the last one, I usually not every time, of course, but from 11 to 11 and a half, when there's a sort of consolidation, it's likely that from 11 half to 12 we'll have volume and a breakout of the consolidation range. So it's probability, of course, but let's keep this in mind.
All right. Mm-hmm. Well, while we're sitting here kind of hanging out, looking at this logs here, just kind of flopping around on us, we're going to do a VIP review with Coach Paul and see what's going on with Coach Paul and his team. If we could get Coach Paul in here and see what's going on. Hey, what's up, my friend? How are you?
What's up, Paul? Good. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday. Happy New Year. It's good to see you. How are things?
Oh, good. A little slow in the equities, but commodities are really perking up. Crude,
moving, huh?
Grains, natural gas. So interest rates. So I've been pretty
Crude
busy
oil.
there on the.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So, well, what's going on with the team? It's a whole new year. We got new teams coming up. Let's see how things are going with The Profiteers. Love that name. Love that name. Always good to be a profiteer, right?
Yeah, it's a great name. So we're one of the things in reviewing with them is whether or not you passed or not is learning that you have to develop a process, and a process with principles of maintaining the account, taking proper risk, not focused on having to make money. I think one of the things we learned from in our group is that when the traders that went out early were just trying to make the money.
Yeah,
they really weren't executing a plan.
YOLO traders.
I think the YOLO traders and the ones that survived, even if they didn't get in the XFA, I believe they've learned some valuable lessons where they are focused on executing a plan, defining their plan, managing their risk. Over a long term, that is going to pay big dividends. So that, I think, is the most valuable thing that we offered here. And going forward, I think we have about 10 traders who are really focused and developing. So my hat's off to them.
Awesome.
Hogue, you and I have been around a long time. We've had this experience. First was just trying to figure everything out and be right until the market either was right or our account was depleted.
Right.
There was, at least for me, and for a lot of experience, it was a lot of just, you can make money, just get something on. Then you develop into, wow, I really have to manage my risk. I can't keep replenishing my account. I'm not getting anywhere. Matter of fact, I'm falling behind.
Yeah,
then
I hate
risk
bringing checks.
Oh, yeah. So it's a harsh lesson, a lesson that has to be learned, that you have to have some capital. Where does the capital come from? Well, wherever it is, it's in your account. You have, to me, the number one thing is defending your account or your capital.
Mm-hmm.
Taking proper position sizing and not worrying about, at least me, because I was an economist, was trying to predict where the market was going.
Really? You're an economist, huh?
Yeah, that's what I majored in. So when I started,
like a weatherman?
It may, yes, very good. Yeah, this should happen. Maybe not.
We had to learn these things twice. I mean, there was the pit, and then screen trading. It's a whole new thing. It's a whole new thing. Let's bring up the leaderboard and take a look at what's going on with profiteers. We'll take a look on the leaderboard, profiteers leaderboard. So I gotta make this so I can see it big. So I got 38 traders working on it. That's pretty good, Coach Paul. The pass rates, the trading combine pass rates on all of these on all of the coaches and all of the coaches is so high. I'm just so impressed by that. 45, almost half your traders have succeeded in the trading combine. And is it more about strategy or mindset that you're kind of working on with them on this, Coach Paul?
It's a great question. You got a trade, Coach Dakota?
Beautiful one.
Yeah. I'm getting ready. I don't want to interrupt you, Coach Paul, but I'm just getting ready to close out of this long trade that you might appreciate. I had another one on earlier, but I'm long 4 or 5 contracts. I just closed off of one, so I'm now long 4, up about 40 points, and I'm going to be closing on the way up here. Let me see.
I took one off. We're still long 1. I've taken the risk off.
Okay. So we've had the break indeed of the previous range. Beautiful. And I'm happy to have covered the gain. Nice covers today from on my side. Not happy.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Hogue.
This is perfect
Awesome.
for my answer. Its strategy is intertwined with risk management. If you don't have a strategy, you're going to take random risks. When you take random risks, you have no control. Strategy. Coach Dakota is a classic. His strategy is he follows it, process over profit. If you, like I said, if you don't have a process, what do you have? You have gambling. That's the difference between gambling and speculating. You have a process and you have risk management. So the answer to that question, that's what you have to begin with, is a strategy that you can execute that is anchored in risk management. So, and it takes time.
If you don't have any kind of strategy or something you can do consistently, you get nothing consistent to review. It's very difficult for you to find out what you're doing wrong if you're doing everything randomly.
Absolutely. One of the things that I learned with working with Pete Stottlemyre is the difference between random and non-random actions. A flow, like in market profile, what are you reading? A flow of buyers versus sellers. Is it balanced or is it imbalanced? Which side do I have a higher probability of getting on the right side? And you start from there. Those are principles where you can develop a strategy. And like you said, I mean, you just said it. Without that, what do you have to lean on? How do you learn? And you're just in a continual spiral. Like I said, as an economist, I had to be right because I studied all the fundamentals, and they said that soybeans had to go up. Somehow, soybeans didn't hear me, and they just went the other way. They didn't get my email.
Heard that a lot. Hey, let's bring up your top 5 here. Let's take a look at that.
All
right. So, Maytree XFA, balance 405, winning trade percentage 43%. I don't have Maytree's trading combine up here. Is Maytree doing something different, or just maintaining the same strategy and just getting a little bit of a drawback? Did we lose Coach Paul? I think we lost Coach Paul. Dakota, I'm flat.
I believe we did.
Okay, because I keep hearing order filled, and it's giving me PTSD.
Yeah, that's not me. That's
okay.
That's,
you're flat.
Yes. Yeah, I got out.
I closed a couple out right there at 800, and I'm still long. Okay, yeah, I closed a couple out at 800. I'm still long 3, but I like that flat. Yep, what an ugly move. We went right up to 808. Reject.
I didn't see I was muted. I was off. I'm short.
No,
but
okay.
With a break even. So it's at 69.25. I might get out. Yeah, I'm out.
Well, it looks like we've lost Coach Paul, but I think we may have another guest that we might want to check out. Are we doing this now, guys? This is
one more minute.
Take your time. We're going to meet somebody that I think everybody has. You know how when you're trading, you've got the angel on this shoulder and the devil on this shoulder. We're gonna meet one of them, and
okay.
It's gonna be a lot of fun. This is gonna be good. So Dakota, you're flat now?
No, I'm still long 2. I'm long 2. I'm long 1. I'm long 1 from 766, and I moved my CYA to 56. So long 1 from 66, CYA at 56.
Jerome, you're short.
I'm flat, sir.
Flat, sir. Okay.
Yes. Up 1406. Got slipped on the break even.
Okay. Got it. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to meet the crazy man. Let's do it. Let's do it, Gabe.
Don't trust Glitch, he's full of tricks, steering you to losing picks. Blue and sly, he'll watch you fall, laughing at your every call. With a sneaky little wink, he'll say buy when you should sell. Stocks will drop, your heart will sink.
Hey,
where is he?
What the hell? Gosh darn it, you know you guys. I thought you had to be on here a while before they give you a song. But anyway, hey you, look at me. Look me in the eyes. Looks like you could use some help. My name is Glitch. And I'm your new best friend.
Oh, no, not my new best friend.
Yes, I'll be your little bit. Hey, I'm a little blue fuzzball of wisdom you didn't know you needed. Trading? Easy stuff. You don't need plans. You don't need rules or boring discipline when you've got me whispering in sweet, impulsive ideas. Yo, in your ear, mofo. Trust me. Stop losses are for quitters and over leveraging. That's how legends are made. So, what do you say? What do you say? Let's throw caution to the wind, ride those candlesticks like a roller coaster, and what's worse that could happen? I'm your best friend. Remember, hey, chase trades. Why not? Enter just because the price is moving fast. Just remember, fast is cool, baby. Over leveraging, risking is more than you can afford to lose. Hey, you only live once. And revenge trade, oh boy. Try to recover those losses impulsively. Market's not gonna bully me, hell no. And trade without a plan. Why not? Always trade without a plan or define rules. Remember, rules are made to be broken. Ignore risk management. Skip setting up stop losses or position sizing. Who needs that crap? So hey, I'm Glitch, and I'll always be with you.
Glitch. You're actually the picture in my mind that I have when I become impulsive. When I'm like FOMO, screw this, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, I don't care. This is what you actually look like in my brain. How did you do that?
I'm your best friend.
How did you even get out of my head?
You got big ear holes. Easy, just walk in, walk out. You know, gosh.
That's how I imagine how that looks like.
I'll be back again someday. What's up with you, Dakota? You got a situation going on?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, we're doing that. We're just buying and see where it goes. Let's imagine. That's how I imagine half the chat looks like right there.
Oh, well, then trust me, I'll be your best trading buddy. But hey, I gotta go now. I got things to do, okay?
All right, stay out of my head.
Yeah, right. I'll be there. See you guys. Bye.
Oh man.
All right.
Some good stuff.
Nice to meet you.
Monday morning.
Hope I never see you again. Nothing personal. That was good. Dakota, you're still in that trade.
I'm still long from 766.
Stop up the break even, which I hate doing, and of course it came and got me.
That candle that was this was a big a big candle to get all the longs out. So yeah, unfortunate for everyone who was long that got closed out on that candlestick.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah, it does.
All right.
I'm gonna have nightmares about that one.
Don't let Glitch in your head.
Don't thought of that name. That is such a good name. Imagine
right?
Whenever someone has an issue and the market or the platform or the internet or their internet service provider glitches,
Well, even just with a couple of things we did in the house account's up $1,235. Just taking a little onesie twosie stuff. That's not bad. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not half bad. Man, what
And
a
that's,
morning.
of course, all thanks to you guys.
I love that trade that just
carried it.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
No, I just said you carried it. I mean, I just took trades that got break even. So the only thing, I mean, it's still good. I managed my entries well and my trades well. But
Hey,
you got the directional.
Sometimes that's all you could ask for, though, Jerome, is just to
yeah.
break even on. Just like, hey, you know what? I made $1,500 and I broke even for New York session. It was a really good day.
Yeah.
This is by far my favorite trade today. This consolidation and then break to the long side. This puts a very strong level of support resistance. And I mean, we hung around there for what, 20, 25 minutes, and we finally picked a direction. And I mean, yeah, I could say, oh, this one earlier was my favorite trade because I was up 100 points or whatever. That was a great trade. But this, even though the previous one worked out much, much better, it was just straight up. This one is more preferred because we consolidated a lot longer and we did pick a direction. So I like these trade setups typically better compared to that one. Even though previous one worked out amazing, I can't argue with it. But whenever we consolidate longer, and the longer the consolidation, and then we choose a direction, typically the more confluence I have with the market actually trending. We're continuing to make these higher lows, which I like that. And so when we're making higher lows, guess what? I'm going to be looking for this market to do is make higher highs. And so, yeah, I can realistically see this market possibly coming up and making a higher high, because why not?
Why not?
Yeah, it is lunch. We're almost on time for lunch. So,
yep. Crude oil keeps trying to push up towards that 79.10 weekly kickoff high. It just keeps stopping short up around that big fat round number of 7,900. Gold really just still very, very range bound. Watch those extremes of the initial balance high and low, 26.79.90. We got 26.92.80 on the upside. I mean, equity is pretty much kind of rangy too. I think a lot of folks are looking forward to CPI and PPI over the next couple of days. Maybe just getting themselves positioned and prepared for that. But pretty good trades today. Dakota, Jerome, and the house are all up money. Looking good. All righty. We've got, let's take a look at the big board, shall we, Gabe?
All right, let's do it. I'm going to knock out call-ups first just to blow through these. We guys got 3 call-ups from the end of last week. So let's touch on these, and then we'll bring up the big board here. So live funded trader call-ups. First one that got called up was Alexi from Superior, Colorado, with a starting balance of, I believe that is 6,800. And usually the products traded for Alexi are going to be the NASCRAC. So just a single product trader there. We got Micah B from Ruston, Louisiana, with a starting balance of 35,000, also trading the NASDAQ. And then we have Robert C from Quebec with a starting balance, nice healthy size of $40,000, also single product trader of just NASDAQ. But congrats to those 3 that got called up last week. Look forward to hearing from more as the week progresses. But let's go ahead and run the big board. Eddie, you back there? Hit me with a little drum roll. You might still be trying to put Glitch away. Glitch might need to get
Glitch is
putting a timeout. Yeah. I see you back there, Eddie. Thanks, brother. right, and here is your top 25 live funded trader leaderboard so far for the year. Take down these overlays real quick. And this is going to, you'll notice that Coach Dakota overtook Rafa currently at the number 1 spot. You've got Jake Ricci or Rake Trades sitting there at number 5 still. Nick Furtick holding number 7 strong. No major movers. I would imagine, knowing we had Kai H up a good, healthy 88,000. We'll most likely be seeing a new addition to the top 25 once the board updates for later this week. But take your screenshots. A little honorable shout out to AD What's Up. That's sitting at number 17. Seeing him a lot on Twitter posting transparently about his wins and losses. But yeah, this is your top 25 leaderboard. Leave it up for a couple more seconds, and you can also find it on our Twitter at Topstep TV. I know Dolby will be posting that later this morning. But that's all I got for you guys. To you.
Thanks, Gabe. Stuff. We got 2 hot traders on fast markets here. Dakota and Rome. Oh, I said that, didn't I? Sorry.
Question for you. The house account has been green very often.
Yes.
I can't remember. When was the last red day for the house account?
I think there have been 2 red days so far this year.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah, we slowed things down. A little smaller. Maybe a little bit, bigger risk on some of those smaller trades. There's always the ones that you get ticked out on, but I think, all of these trades are coming from our traders. Our traders have been good. They've been hot. We've slowed things down a little bit again and taking a little bit smaller size, maybe a little bit bigger risk on that size. I think it's paid off. I think it's on a good path now. I think, it's something that we can start to really grow on now. We'll see how it goes. But it's all you guys. Thank you, Dakota. Thank you, Jerome. Thank everybody that provides those ideas and opportunities for the house account. And it's every green day is a good day, if you ask me.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, social media has been quiet. Chat's been quiet. I mean, following process over profits. I mean, that was part of it. That's part of learning. The house accounts also went through that same process where, oh man, did social media and chat love to tease the house account? And then, yeah, giving credit where credit's due, 100%. I mean, sure, we could call out the trades, but also how yourself and the team is able to manage those trades is spot on. Like the other day, what was it? I think it was just Friday where I took a loss, but the house account took a profit.
Mm-hmm.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, we went into see money, take money mode on Friday. So it was another good day on Friday, another good day today. Thanks to you guys. We're getting a little short on time. Do we have any hashtag fast market stuff to show?
We'll save all that for power hour there, Hogue.
Saving that for
I'm going to
power
lock
hour.
myself out. I'm going to go ahead and click on this lockout feature. 2 trades for me today. 42 points. $4,200.
$200. Nice trade. A lot of folks would love to switch places with you, Dakota and Jerome in the house account today. A lot of folks would love to switch places.
Yeah.
True. Right. Well, we get just a few minutes left here. Why don't we get into appreciations in the chat and tell us what you're appreciative of today, over the weekend, overall, whatever it is. So, Jerome, I'm going to start with you today. What are you thankful or appreciative of on this Monday, the 13th?
Always appreciative to breathe another day and live another day. Appreciative to God and this life. And appreciative for Topstep. Thank you guys for having me again on this new brand and fresh new 2025 year. Thank you, Gabe and James in the back and the other people always on the production side. and thank you to the chat for welcoming us and being with us and not against us. It was a very, very fun and interesting day, rich of knowledge and technical skills. Thank you, Hogue and Coach Dakota as well, for being here and learning from you. So,
well, Doctor, we all love you here. Everybody, chat, social media, everybody loves you. We're very happy to have you with us and looking forward to seeing a lot more of you. Dakota, are you ready? What are you appreciative for today?
Yeah, yourself and Eddie, and just being on Topstep TV. Those little those what do we call it? Puppets, the gags that we do on here is just so fun. We're trading, we have the community, we have the back and forth, and sometimes it just seems like these markets, it goes by so fast, and wouldn't trade it for anything else.
Awesome. Well, you know everybody loves you, Dakota, and we're very happy to have you with us all time and every time. So that's going to be it. We're starting to see the equities roll a little bit lower here so far. Crude's still trying to push
Dakota.
up to the 79 level.
Dakota. Guess who was calling plays for Green Bay yesterday?
Uh-oh.
Let's hear it. The refs.
I was calling the plays.
Apparently,
oh, you're out there. Those
on the sidelines.
Oh man!
Damn, the short is playing now, guys. Wow.
Yeah, it is. Well,
and the S&P just broke the high of the opening range, so potential short to play during the PM session.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see.
Mm-hmm. Well, thanks, guys. Hey, folks, stick around. We got the Einstein of all Wall Street, Peter Tuchman, coming up. We're just going to give his perspective on the week ahead, and then we'll have the morning recap with me. But at 11:15, Peter's partner in crime, David Green, is going to be joining Dolby since earning his new XFA on the 7th. He's made $1,700 and is maintaining 100% winning day percentage. This is going to be exciting. Wow. Yeah, so this is live trading, real trading. This is Topstep TV. In Andre's honor, let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.
All right, time for the morning recap. I'm John Hoagland. Thanks for joining me. Hope you enjoyed fast markets in the opening call this morning. NASDAQ. That's what we traded this morning, so we'll take a quick look at that. Opening with a gap. Thinking, well, if we can't close the gap, or if we do close the gap and can't get into the range from Friday, we might be looking for opportunities for shorts. Market opened, initially put in the initial balance low first, the initial balance high second. Look at this. It's basically on the 30-minute chart. It's barcoding. It's not really doing much of anything. And a lot of that, I think, is in anticipation of the CPI numbers and PPI numbers the next week. It is still holding on the 30-minute chart. Downside structure, lower highs, lower lows, looking for shorts. Maybe the right thing to do. So initially, if I can find the right spots here in the house account, the first trade we took was a long, was a long at 20,788. We added to that. So overall, the position was 20,797, right about here. We took one off actually, I think we just kind of held that. We think we moved our stop up, and we kind of stopped ourselves out of that. We kind of freaked ourselves out of that trade with a small win of $154. Actually, and I think it ended up turning out to be pretty good. Long, again, 765. 765, not bad location here. We ended up getting out at 795 of I think both of them. There was a $700 win. We got long again. Been long all day, and I would have been thinking the opposite with failed upside auction. We'll look at that here shortly. So long 277, 774 and a quarter. This was pretty late. This was right here, 774 and a quarter. Looking at the market, kind of. This is a 3-minute chart, so we spent a whole lot of time down money on this trade. Once we got up to around 800, I got out of one of them, moved our stop to break even. We got stopped out on that one at break even, which kind of puts our house account up about $1,235 to be exact, not about. So actually 3 long trades, and on a trend on a 30-minute chart, especially after leaving the failed upside auction here from the IB. So the market opens, puts in the IB low, puts in the IB high, trades all around, comes up, looks above the IB high, fails to close a 30-minute bar above that. That is a classic failed upside auction. We should be looking for that short in that regard. Market has not quite yet rotated all the way back to the IB low, but typically that is statistically what is likely to happen. Move back to the IB low, and if we do take out the IB low, the view is it's going to probably kind of range the rest of the day. Let's take a look at the S&Ps. So the S&Ps, I'm going to go to the 30-minute chart here. Opening with a gap. Closing the gap at the IB high. Another failed upside auction above the IB high. Where is the market finding support? 58.12, weekly kickoff low. Finding support last night. Finding support after the open. Within about 4 ticks of it. I love it when that happens. The IB low is 4 ticks above the weekly kickoff low. Took a look above the IB high, rotating back near the IB low. The market is very rotational. And this 30-minute chart. This is barcoding, folks. You got one up, one down, one up, one down, one up, one down, one up, one down, one up, one down. Range-bound rules are probably going to apply for the rest of the day. In other words, fading the extremes, unless you get some sort of substantial breakout that you're going to want to go with. Crude oil, finally, we've been just kind of watching crude oil after the breakout to the upside last week, adding a bunch of open interest. Crude oil is in rollover, folks. Remember that. Rollover kind of blurs volume, kind of blurs open interest. The market did open very range bound, very small initial balance. Once that initial balance was left behind, the next 30-minute bar opens above the initial balance high. Where did this market go? It has one time framed on the 30-minute chart right to weekly kickoff high, perhaps finding a degree of resistance there. 79.10, weekly kickoff high, and gold. Very narrow range, very little opportunity, just kind of bouncing back and forth. IB low, IB high, IB low, dragging along the bottom there a little bit. There is a visual target down below at 2678.40. That's a naked point of control from back here on the 8th. Let's see, that's Wednesday. Very tough trade today in gold. If you're going to be doing anything, again, it looks like one of those days where you're going to want to try and fade the extremes. You're going to look to buy low. You're going to look to sell high. And it's going to do just going to be two things for you. It's going to limit the risk, and it may give you an idea that the market is going to remain range bound. If you take a loss on it, monitor for continuation outside of the initial balance, because the smaller the initial balance, the more the less energy it's going to take to extend far away from the initial balance. The initial balance high, look at the initial balance on Friday. IB low was the low of the session. It was right down here at 2687 approximately. The IB high, put in last week's high, 2735. An IB of this magnitude is difficult to extend. It takes a lot more energy to extend either side of it. Well, the market really just kind of put in the IB high and then just died there. But again, the bigger the IB, the more energy it's going to take to extend. The smaller the IB, the less energy it's going to be like to extend. A wide IB, I liken it to trying to knock over a pyramid. A small IB knocking over a lamp. We'll see what happens throughout the rest of the day. I'll be back again, of course, for the lunchbox trading and the afternoon recap. Also, we're going to be hopefully seeing Peter Tuchman here very shortly. On that note, we're going to end the morning recap, and hopefully we'll be seeing Mr. Tuchman here very shortly. But until then, stick around. We got a lot more stuff coming up for the rest of the day. I'm hoping I don't see glitch on any of you or in any of you or in myself today. But let's get ready. Topstep TV, let's go.
Oh, hello.
And Tuckman, Peter Tuckman, is the Einstein of Wall Street on the NYSE. Peter Tuckman.
David Green, trading machine, built his life, lived his dream. Now he's teaching every day.
You guys are that is pretty sweet. All right, chat, you have to vote. Which song do you like better? David Green's or Peter Tuckman's? Let us know. Oh my goodness. I think it's the first time we've had both of you on. This is amazing. We're at the Wall Street Global Trading Academy boys in the house. Peter, you're on the this is rare. Moment. This really, really is. Peter Tuckman, busy man on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. 2 weeks into January, NASDAQ has been a little bit sleepy, very range bound today. What are you kind of looking forward to for this week?
So I actually just came out of an interview with Dan Ives, and I was sort of all over it because, you know, he's the forever bull, right? Especially for tech. He just came from CES talking about innovation and robots and all this crazy stuff. Has absolutely no bearing on the market. Obviously, we've been in a bit of a downward, I would say almost a downward momentum over since the last 3 days of 2024 and over the first 10 days of this year, right? Clearly a downtrend in tech and a number of other names. You're seeing a lot of the home builders and stuff. Look, higher interest rates for longer. Market doesn't like it. I think, you know, people have been jaded by 2024. 58 record highs over 200 trading days. Everybody doesn't understand markets go up and they go down. They need to be prepared for that. Everyone from an investing point of view should have a shopping list, right? Stocks where they love the people, the process, that things have fundamentally not changed since 2 weeks ago when we hit a record high, right? Those are the companies you should be out there, right, starting to look at for the long term. As far as day trading stuff, I've been working in the SPYs, right? The SPYs have been amazing. The volume we've seen are huge, and I'm sure you, Dave, has been trading the futures on this. You know, look, there's always opportunity in this market on a day-to-day basis. I think we're in this weird flux. You know, what do you call it? Inauguration coming up. Obviously, a lot of stuff around the Nvidia story with quantum. Dave, did you trade any of those crazy names like the Rigettis and all those quantum names that got smacked? Jensen spoke at CES about how their relationship with quantum computing was 20 years away and not 3 weeks away. And so that whole love affair died. Those stocks that had gone from 2 to 20 are now trading back at 2. So anyway, crazy market.
Crazy market, as Mr. Tuchman says. So I'll give you the technical look at it. And do we have my charts up?
Maybe.
I shared them. Let's see if we can get them.
Let's see if we can get them.
Yeah, today has been
let's go. What do you got?
Today's been a good trading day. It's been a range-bound day. We've had, you know, several hits of support and resistance. We had some pivot points hit this morning. We're getting a nice little bid in the markets now. We'll see if we can hold it this time, right? We just got above a bunch of our moving averages now in the futures right here. So let's see if we can build on this a little bit. I'll go to my daily chart in the SPYs. Kind of in absolute nowhere's land now. All right, let's go right to the daily chart. So we broke daily levels. That was around 586. Weekly levels, we got down at 570. So we're sitting right in the middle of this range now. Let's call it between like 586 and 570. My thought process was, and I was hoping, okay, because when markets go down, it's not something that we run away from. This is when we look, like Peter just said 5 minutes ago, this is when we look to start putting our shopping list together of the companies that we like. So my kind of little target for the S&Ps is around 570 if we continue this little down move. And that's just a test of our weekly 30 EMA. We'll see if it happens over the course of the next few days. Who knows? Shorter term, this is good. We love this volatility. It's great as far as trading is concerned.
And David, we can get into these charts a little bit more. We're going to have a lot longer than Mr. Tuckman has here. Peter, everyone wants to know, what's the deal with the hot sauce? It's been a while since we've gotten an update.
You know, Dave probably remembers it. I haven't made that. At 25 years, Johnny Wishbone's secret sauce. We're going to resurrect all that fun stuff now that we're hanging out with the Top Step crew. You look pretty wild. Are you in ski zone there, kid?
Yes. So it's a wonderful chilly day. So I got the down coat on. I'm outside hanging out. Sun is glistening off the snow.
Beautiful. That's
wonderful Monday.
Anyway,
yes, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. No, I was
going to ask you about Wall Street Global.
Pete, I still have a couple of bottles of your hot sauce, by the way, Pete, from 30 years ago. You think it's still good?
30-year vintage.
Those things are actually weapons of mass destruction at this point. They've been around for 25 years. Anyway, look, I'm always excited whenever we're done chatting about markets that basically what we talk about is the fact that you've got this amazing platform, a futures funded platform in Topstep. You guys have Topstep TV, the platform, the trading futures. People you make it accessible, affordable, and fun. And then we've got Wall Street Global Trading Academy, which has got all the technicals. You've got David, you've got me, you've got a boot camp. You have all of the components necessary between Topstep and with Wall Street Global as an educational component to this collaboration. That's why we don't collaborate with many people. This is a perfect scenario here. You have everything you actually learn how to trade in Wall Street Global, and then you have the way to live it out, in the charts that you guys have, and then you get to spend time with David. David's a master technician in this space, so everybody should be listening to everything he says. Right? He's one of those teachers, like in college, you didn't care what they taught, you just wanted to show up in class. So.
That's right. Look at his hat. Peter, you see his hat? How it's like tilted off the side of his head?
Oh, baby.
Hold on.
Is that the new fashion style, David?
Oh, gee.
I think my head's just crooked.
Look at your
We have top step jackets, guys. Just be clear. We've got Wall Street
Global. That's a
Global.
beautiful jacket.
Ooh,
Pete had jackets for us
fashion
made.
show.
Pete had jackets for us made, Nick, with Top Step on it.
Oh, I got to see those. Post them to Twitter.
I had these baseball jackets made up with Top Step on the back and Wall Street Global. I got to get you guys one.
I have it on my Facebook somewhere. Hold on a minute.
I'll let you guys go trade.
Nick, I'm looking double top here. If we get double top in the ES is up at 51.
Double
trade
call.
If we get
Let
there.
me get Peter out of here. He's a busy man. He can't just hang out with us all day, David. Talking from the floor of New York Stock Exchange. Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Peter, thank you so much. We'll see you back on Friday. I'm going to hang out with your better half, David Green.
Bye, guys. Bye, Dave. Cheers, guys. Good luck.
Love you.
Hey, thank you, Peter.
Pleasure.
Y'all thought D&G stood for Dolce & Gabbana. Don't think so. It's actually Dolby and Green. Posted a nice P&L today in your XFA. I think you're up like, what, $900?
Where are we? 956, yes.
Ooh.
Never more than 2 contracts, because that's all we're allowed in the XFAs for me at this point anyway. Yeah, and again, it's just been a nice kind of range-bound day. First trade, we hit our pivot point about 10:25 in the morning, got a little stretch out to the upside here, came back, tested that exact pivot point again. Very nice. Here we were in like a 10, 15 point range for a while. We're trying to break out a little bit to the upside now. So I like a double top for a little trade if we spike up there. That is, what is it, 58, call it 50, 58, 52. We'll put on a little trade if we spike up there.
Isn't he?
Yeah, I'll be doing the MESs now because I'm kind of where I want to be in the account. So, but I like it. If we get up there, we'll do a little double top.
Nice. Keep the eyes on the ES here. David, do you have a tool in your toolbox for range days? I know you use a lot of moving averages and things like that, but I don't know if we've talked range days too much with you.
Yeah, even during the range days, it's still going to be based on some kind of technical analysis that I have. What we'll see in range days, though, is a lot of times we'll hit the same levels and we'll hold those levels multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
This whole day, basically, if we take from early in the morning, we'll take from my time to where we are right now. It's just one big gigantic range. We made a low, we made a high, we made a low. Maybe we're pushing back towards the highs again. So, and a lot of mess in between. So just wait for these outside moves during these days. When we hit, our support, and this is our pivot points. I love my pivot points.
Oh yeah.
I'm still looking at my technicals, even when we're range bound. We'll just look for price action, and we When we have a bunch of price action that holds at certain levels, that's where we'll make up.
What does a range day mean to you, David?
A range day means to me that it's not a trend day. You know, if we're trending, we're going in one direction for a long period of time. If we're range bound, we're just testing the highs and lows of that range basically all day long. So that's exactly what we've done today. We're just up, we're down, we're up, we're down. Looking a little more positive now. So, you know, I might look now to maybe get in on some of these trends now if we start pulling back down a little bit. Although it's lunchtime, I hate trading anything during lunch. That's when sometimes it could be a lot of volume, but that's when things can break, when your technicals don't mean a lot, when there's, you know, not a lot of people here. We can bust through levels on the up or down. I tell everybody in the trading room, lunch is for lunch. That's it. Go take lunch. It's going to be here when we get back. And just, you know, don't even trade during this time.
I like that. Lunch is for lunch.
Yeah.
A very succinct way of putting that. That's like waiting in line at the TSA. It's like for waiting in line at the TSA. You don't have to trade while you're waiting in line at the TSA. That is not something you have to be doing.
And a good lesson for everybody out there: if you've had a good morning, you know, good afternoon, go home also. You know, I love when we're trading in the morning and we have a couple of good trades early, and I tell everybody in the room, goodbye, get out of here. I don't want to see you anymore today. Go do something else that you like. Time is the most precious commodity in the world. I always say that. We ain't getting it back. Make a couple bucks in the morning and then do something else that you like to do. Go do it. We're not going to miss anything. It'll be here tomorrow. We have some huge economic numbers coming out. I think we've got PPI and CPI, and we have earnings starting at the end of the week with the bank stocks. So I think for the foreseeable future, a lot of volatility coming in this market. A lot.
Yeah.
We got
I think the market's kind of just
coming.
Waiting a little bit, just waiting for some of this news to kind of come out before it makes a move.
I do, yes. And we let's see exactly what we got. Let's just make sure. Economic calendar.
It's a laundry list, David. We have,
I know.
A lot of red lightning bolts on financial juice. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, tomorrow we got PPI, we got Red Book, we got Fed Speak. Wednesday we got the core inflation, CPI coming out. Then we got bank earnings coming out on Thursday and Friday. I think it starts with JP Morgan. We got Fed Speak all week. We got jobless claims on Thursday. So, yeah, and then he gets inaugurated next week, right? Or soon. When does he get inaugurated? The 20th? Something like that?
The 20th.
Yeah. So we were looking at his stock today, and it's got a big, giant pop up. Not that anybody trades this thing anyway. I don't. But we spiked up like $9 today in anticipation, I guess. I don't know. Maybe it'll run it up until he gets in.
It's a short squeezy.
Could be. I hope it is, because I will short some.
Squeeze you the shorts. Got the NQ here bouncing below 20,860. Range bound rules are still in effect. David's looking for 58.52 in the ES to shorts. Markets are range bound across the indices. David, you've been trading any crude oil? It's starting to.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we did a little bit today.
Oh, did you?
Funny you should ask. Yeah, I think it's getting a little stretched out, especially on a longer term time frame. If I go to my daily chart, this is day 2 of what is a massive breakout. If you can bop my chart up for a second there.
Yeah, see if we can get your charts up real quick. The charts, David's charts.
All right, it's not that big a deal. But you know, we broke out.
There we go.
There we go. So this is a daily chart, right? We broke out from this base right here. Nice sideways action. Broke out. Here's day 1. Here's day 2. We're about a 74 RSI. So what I look for in situations like this is that third day up. If we get that third day up and we get near the 80 RSI, that'll be a signal for me to short a little bit, certainly for a trade. So we're getting there. We are getting there. And today, you know, we had this big spike up. We got to an 80 RSI right about here. That's 79 level. We pulled back 50, 60 cents. Just made a new high, and now we're pulling back a little bit. So I'll be looking tomorrow. Doesn't always work out like this. Chances are it doesn't. But if we get a big spike up again tomorrow, I'll be looking to do a little short based on what we call the 3-day rule and the stretched out RSI on the daily chart.
Yeah. Is there?
So we'll see.
In your experience, David, is there a crude oil price where the market really starts paying attention and it starts becoming headline news?
I mean, probably. A lot of people say $100. $100 is going to be a problem. You know, if we get up that high, it won't last long. If it is, you know, if we keep spiking up from here, I don't think it'll last that long. And even if it does, then we get used to that price. You know, if that's what it's going to be, then that's what it's going to be. But a lot of people say $100. We start seeing it at the pumps and stuff. I don't know. Every time this thing goes up $1, I see it at the pump at my gas station. So, you know,
it's funny how that works.
When oil's going up, the prices go up real fast. But when it's going down, they don't go down so fast. So,
I think they have better margins on Monsters and Red Bulls and potato chips than they do on their
You're right.
gasoline sales. Sell some sugar water to the masses.
And beer.
Well, if your gas station sells beer, not all gas stations do. Some gas stations don't even allow you to pump your own gas. Depends what state you're in. We got David Green from Wall Street Global Trading Academy here with us. Chat, if you have any questions, please put them in chat. Could be for either of us.
Feel free to pop them up there.
Pop them up. Surprised no one's asked you what your moving averages are yet. That's typically one of the first questions we see.
We
going to preempt that,
problem.
David? What
No
are your
problem
moving
sharing.
averages?
Yeah, I share all of them. I use 5, a 9 EMA, a 15, a 30, a 65, and a 200. 9, 15, 30, 65, and 200. And then I have pivot points, which is one of my favorite things to trade off, and relative strength. And that is it. Always starting on a 5-minute chart when I'm looking for support and resistance. If I don't have anything on a 5-minute chart that sets up for one of the trades that we look for, I'll start expanding my time frame to a 15-minute, a 30-minute, 1 hour. For the longer term stuff, I'll go daily and weekly. We look for several different types of trading setups. Now, we might be starting a little uptrend now. So if we are starting an uptrend now, if we get a pullback to our 15 EMA, that's where I want to start getting long, which is around 35, 36. So if we are going to start this little uptrend, it'd be normal to pull back to a 15 EMA and then hold that line and start turning up from there for the rest of the day. We'll see. It's early, it's lunch, and there's no volume.
If there wasn't a reason to trade, there are 3 of you. It's early, it's lunch, and there's no volume.
Correct.
So NQ pushing the top of the range right now, 20,855. ES coiling on the 5. Actually, sorry, I have 2 NASDAQ charts up. NASDAQ is coiling on the 5-minute. Let's see what the ES is doing. And this will load just one. There we go. Kind of doing the same thing. They both look very, very similar to them.
Yep. So if we could break above the morning highs in the NQs, that would be constructive. That's up around.
And then we're really just looking for confirmation that it's going to stick up there. I mean, we tried holding highs at 20,880, sold off like 140 points. So,
exactly.
It's really up to some brave bulls to be the first to dip their toe in the water and see if they can sustain price.
Exactly. Or if you are one, you have a stop order. That's all.
Yep.
We're pushing it at the same level like 6 or 7 times now.
Yeah. Exactly right. ES, nice 5-minute range. NQ, not quite as rangy, but both indices are very rangy on a longer time frame. Hopefully some range traders in chat made some moolah today. It was a wonderful day for range traders. Trend traders, momentum traders probably had a more difficult time, expecting breakouts that never happened. But such is the way of life, and such is the way of trading. It's just how it works. It's how the market works. YHC26. David, what platform are you using?
My charting, I use Thinkorswim for charting. That's all I use Thinkorswim for. Thinkorswim for charting, and I do trade stocks and options. I use Interactive Brokers for that, and only Topstep for futures. Period.
Answer to
that is it.
Question. Pretty good. Yep. That's been a thing. Traders, you can use multiple platforms if you prefer charting on one. Just make sure your orders are going into your Topstep account. I just saw someone in chat saying they accidentally made $500 on their practice account. Honor over glory. Hopefully that is a mistake you only make once. Hopefully that is a mistake you only make once. Gotta make sure you double check what account you're in.
Yeah, I do. Listen, I'm old, so I have keyboard errors all the time, right? And I always tell everybody, if you have an error, just get out of it. Because most time, I know for me, when I have an error, it never works out. Ever. I hit the wrong button, it goes against me. Some people say they hit the wrong button, they get in a trade, it was meant to be. Yeah.
Oh, I have never heard that. Who is saying that, Dave? I've done this for a long time.
Yep. And I love people who occasionally lose money and they'll blame it on the software. No, I didn't put an order in there. If you're pushing a button, you're putting an order in somewhere. Just be careful where you're putting the orders in.
Oh, but Dave, I always worked customer service at Topstep for a long time. I've heard a lot of excuses.
I'm sure you've heard every single one. It wasn't
every
me.
single one.
It wasn't me. It was my cat. Yeah, there you go. We both said that.
Could be
right,
anything.
So I'm getting a little pullback now. Just pulling back a little bit down to the trend. Again, there's just no volume. Let's see. How high did we just got? We got to this 45. So we pushed this 45 like 4 times now and cannot get above it. All right, just pulled back 6 points. 65 EMA is down at 31. So if I'm bullish, 31 is a spot where I'd take a little chance if we pull back here. We pull back, 13 points to hit that. I'll put a little order out there. I like that. If we can pull straight down another 8 points, we'll put a little MES out there at 31.
So you're looking for a pullback to one of your moving averages. Which moving average are you looking for it to?
That's my 65 EMA.
65.
So we have stuff a little closer. I mean, the actual trend, if we're going to hold it, is like right here at 37. Then we got 35. Then we got 41. And I'm just being real conservative, looking for a 14-point pullback all the way down to the 65 EMA, which is at like 31. So that's why I'll have a little order out in the MESs.
Nice. We got
again, because it's lunchtime, I like to be more conservative.
Yeah. Range trade is certainly paying off today, though. NASDAQ shorted 860s. You're already up almost 40 points with very little risk.
And
so
Qs?
Ranges are holding. And Qs, yeah. 860s rejected hard.
Yep.
Ranges be ranging. What they do. It's what they do best.
There you go. Perfect. So a little support in the NQ. Little support in the NQ, same thing. It would be around 790. Which is down 30 points from here, be down 55, 60 points from the high.
60 points from the high. That's also about the midpoint of the range as well, which can be a pretty attractive level.
Yep. I like it if we get a quick pullback.
Definitely have that one in my journal. The old midpoint pullback for ranges is pretty good. Definitely a quieter market today, but money can be made in any market state. You just got to know what market state is and kind of know where your strengths are as a trader. But I'm sure there's plenty of traders out there who are more than happy just trading lunchtime and just making their little range trades for tickies here and there.
Yeah, and you can see we actually exactly hit the 15 EMA at 36. That's our first trend line, and we're bouncing a little bit off that.
So volume is light in the ES. I wonder if chat knows how light volume is today.
That's a good question.
Yes,
someone might know. As compared
chat knows.
As compared to 1 o'clock on a regular day.
There's always someone in chat. I call him Chat TST instead of Chat GPT. Ask chat and they will know. Ooh, got a question from Christopher D. Moore II. David, how do you find your pivot points on ES?
Pivot points is just a setting that automatically goes into the chart. It's just a setting in Thinkorswim, and it automatically goes into our charts. So if you have Thinkorswim, I don't know if you do or not. Do we have pivot points on Topstep? I think that's the one thing we don't.
Let's check and find out.
No.
Ooh,
yeah, I think that's the one thing we don't.
We do not have pivot
Working
points.
on it.
Yeah.
The reason I like them, Nick, because most of the time, something's going to have to move very far to get to one of them. Like if we look at this first pivot point here, we went down in the ES, it's like 25 points to hit that. Usually when we go down that far, it's going to be a nice place of support. And if we go up that far, a nice place of resistance. So, and if we look on check this out. I think it was a weekly chart. Yeah, this is a weekly chart of the ESs. And my weekly trend line was 58.22. This is a weekly trend line. That's a pretty important level for us to hold, right? Mm-hmm. That's a weekly trend line. So it was right around 58.22. And where are we now? We're at 58.40. So I'm looking, and hopefully we hold above that 58.22, because when I find a weekly support level, it's usually a pretty good level. So I'm kind of hoping we hold above that 58.22 on the weekly, because if we don't, I go to my monthly chart, and this isn't even that far away. And that would be around 57.63, which is only like 50 points from here.
Not a lot.
This is a trend line on a monthly chart. So that's a very important level. If we break that, my next level is down 150 points from here.
Oof. This
would not be unusual at all, right? Just to pull back to that monthly trend line. So, 57.63 becomes a very, very important level for me, a little longer term.
All right, indices,
so for today, 20, I'd like to hold 22 today, and then 57.63 if we start heading back down the next day or two.
Next day or two, yep, indices still selling off. Let's see, NASDAQ down almost 45 points and counting, trying to count. Rangers are trading very, very well today. Would you recommend that traders have multiple tools in their toolbox, David, or is it okay just to have kind of one tool in your toolbox for placing a trade?
If you have one that's working for you on a consistent basis, you don't need any more than that. If you have one and you're journaling all your trades, and that one, whatever it is that you're using, is working for you, then keep it as simple as you possibly can. That's the best advice I can give to anyone. I don't have it. Mine doesn't look like air traffic control. I have some moving averages and stuff that works for what we do. So you got to find what works for you. That's the bottom line. But I tell you, the less that you have to worry about and concentrate on, the better it is. So if you can find that one thing that works, you absolutely stick to it. 100%.
Yes, as Coach Robert kindly reminded me, tip of the week, focus on one setup. I like my ranges. Yeah. If you're more experienced like David, you might have a couple setups that you really like, but thoroughly back tested through and through. Every single one. There's 100%. No randomness. Every tool has its place in the toolbox.
Yeah, so we did set up for this nice little trend trade now. We didn't break off 15 EMA down at like 36, and we're up 6 points from there. So this when I'm looking to get into a trend, I talked about it a few minutes ago, if the trends are going to hold, the 15 EMA is where you want to get into a trade. And I'm not, obviously, but if I was, I'd be taking some profits and then just raising my stop order. Again, there's still no volume in the market.
It was a good question from James. James Izzo, what is the best way to back test your strategy?
Journaling. That's really the only way, right, Nick? I mean, the only way to back test your strategy is I'm looking for, for instance, let's just say I did this trade, okay? Yeah. In my journal. All right. I think the MESs are setting up for a trend trade for the rest of the afternoon. I'm going to buy it on my 9 and my 15 EMA. This is a trend trade setup. I'll have my stop order if it breaks through the trend. I start taking profits at a certain level. I raise my stop up and see if it continues to go, to go higher from there. I'm looking for a move to my pivot point, right? Okay. Stock goes all the way down to my pivot point. Does it hold? I'm going to have my stop orders. So by journaling your trades, you are back testing your trades. Just journal every single trade that you do. What I do is, what kind of trade am I looking to get in? What's my profit target? What's my stop loss? And then how did the trade play out? Was I patient? Was I disciplined? Did I wait for the setup? And that's how you back test all your trades.
How long would you suggest that someone back tests their strategy for?
It's a good question. I like to look like once a month. I'll compile a month's worth of data, and I'll look. I'll never stop doing that, right? What I'll do also, though, is which trades are working better for me, percentage-wise, which trades are my best hit rate, which trades aren't, and then you can narrow down your focus even more. I look for 3 or 4 different kind of setups, right? But at the end of the month, if I go look and say, hey, Dave, look, trend trades you are only 40% on, which is possible because the market's so volatile and they go all over the place. But when you wait for your RSI to get below 20 or above 80, you're 85% on those. If you're waiting for things to hit pivot points, you're 85% on those. And then you just concentrate on the ones that are working better for you.
I thought it was a satisfactory answer, chat. Also, there are multiple ways to journal. Tell us, yeah. And then I'll slap David's wrist. But there are multiple ways to journal. One of them is handwritten. I'm a big fan of handwritten. Also, taking screenshots of before and after. You could even record your trading sessions, which is good if you want to see what your body language is like during trades. Before and afters are good. You can have spreadsheets. A lot of people use spreadsheets to keep track of their trades. You just got to maintain it, be consistent, be disciplined, do your homework, do your reviews.
But it is some work, Nick, and that's what everybody has to realize. There's some work involved in doing this if you want to be consistent and you want to get good at it. It's not let's open up an account, throw some darts on the board, and try to get it qualified. It's find a system that works for you, and it's work. It's work. It's not easy. We don't want people just blowing through accounts left and right because they're gambling with these things. We want people to learn how to do this, whatever system it is that you're using. David Green does not have the holy grail of anything. I'm constantly adding and subtracting things. Trading. Obviously, trading is not the same as it was, 35, 40 years ago when I was on a Florida stock exchange. So, you got to evolve. I have no ego. I listen to people all day long. I learn different things. I watch Topstep TV a lot during the day, especially when it's slow. And you listen and you learn and you don't have an ego. And you got to be willing to change the things that you're doing, especially if they're not working for you.
Yeah, question from Boomer Brian. Great name, by the way. How often do you go back and review past journal entries? I need to get better at that.
Like I said, I go month to month because I want to have a lot of data, right? And I don't have 50 trades a day, okay? I don't have, I might average less than 5 trades a day. I'm probably around between 5 and 6 trades a day. So it's not like I have thousands of trades that I have to go and look for, right? So I like to look at it on a monthly basis. I probably have, I don't know, 50, 60, 70, 80 trades, whatever it is. And that's another thing that I always tell people. You don't have to be in a trade all the time. You don't have to constantly be looking to do something because then you're going to talk yourself into doing something that you shouldn't be doing, right? So Kai is up 98 grand today. Holy mackerel. Nice job, Kai.
Yeah, he's popping off big time.
Beautiful. Good for him.
Popping off big time.
And now that we see that, there's another thing too. Concentrate on yourself, right?
Yes.
Concentrate on yourself. Don't take these big numbers and think, oh, I got to get there. You can, obviously, people are doing it, but go at your own pace. Otherwise, you're going to end up getting ahead of your skis, and you're going to constantly be, turning in the mud. Don't worry about anybody else.
We don't know what Kai's story is. We don't know what his road to trading was like. It could be, exceptionally difficult, and maybe he's put in thousands upon thousands of hours of work to get there.
Exactly.
We don't know. We just see the highlights. It's like social media. People always post on their winners on Twitter, which I know you love, David.
Love it.
We don't we don't get to see all the details behind what got a trader to where they got. But typically, it's a hell of a lot of hard work. Hell of a lot of hard work.
100%. I don't mind people putting up their winning trades. I don't have a problem with that. But when you never see a losing trade, that's what I have a problem with. And it's impossible not to. So, but you know what? The thing is, Nick, this is such a competitive business that we're in. Whether you're trading, whether you're teaching people how to trade, there are thousands of people trying to capture people and charge them money for whatever it is they're doing. And I guess people think the best way to do that is by showing how much money you're making and large amounts of money. And that's the best way to get people to follow you. I guess that's what people think. Just never been my game. We go about our business. It's really nobody's business how much money you make or lose. But if all you're going to be doing is posting winning trades, then
I'm still waiting for the social media guy to post like, "Hey, I've followed my personal daily loss limit for a month straight."
Have you ever seen
post.
It? No, never.
But that's what we should be rewarding, David, is traders respecting their personal daily loss limit on a
100%.
long time frame.
Yep,
that's the most important
100%.
thing. Most important thing. Doesn't matter how big your account is. Market is big enough to take all your money.
No doubt about it. And it's not easy to make, but it's easy to give back. I can tell you that right now. I always tell this to people. It's not how much you make, it's how much you keep. I've been to casino with guys. Hey, how you doing, John? Oh, I'm up $6,000. I meet them 2 hours later. How'd you do, John? I lost $4,000. So it's not how much you make, it's how much you keep. That's the bottom line.
There's a reason why I think, having a small losing day is one of the hardest things to do in trading. Maybe the hardest thing to do is just taking a small losing day and walking away and being okay with it. It's not easy to do, but it is required for the job if you want to do this professionally. Got to take small losers and be okay.
That's it. It is, Nick. Well, it goes both ways. It is the hardest thing to do when you're losing a little bit of money and say, "Hey, listen, that's it. I'm done. I'm out of here. Right? I gotta get out of here." And how about the days that people have where they're making a lot of money and they give it all back?
That's gut-wrenching.
That is the worst. Once you get to where you want to be or close to it, just be done or have a really tight stop now and don't give the money back. It's hard to make. It's easy to lose.
It is. We take it for granted. Once you start getting those winning trades, a couple of those, start getting a little loosey-goosey, maybe discipline slips a little bit, start taking suspect trades, and all of a sudden you're back where you started losing money. The market knows if you've been naughty or nice, David. I don't know how it knows.
It's true.
Somehow it knows
does.
Each one of our strategies, each one that knows when we're not behaving. I don't know how it happens. No idea.
And when things aren't working, for whatever reason, that's like you just said, you got to know that, okay, it ain't working today. That's it. I'm done. So slowly crawling up now?
It is.
Yeah, slowly crawling
Still
up
within
now.
range.
We're 10 points above hitting that little trend line that we hit. NQs, are they breaking out here a little bit? I haven't looked. No,
it's still within range.
NQs are a little weaker than the ESs, actually. They're kind of just sitting. The ES's chart looks better. Right now, we're above all the moving averages.
Yeah, David, we're kind of getting close to this end of the segment here. What's going on with Wall Street Global Trading Academy? Do you have any classes coming up? Any free email addresses you can give chat?
Yeah, I'll do that. dgreen927 at yahoo.com. dgreen927 at yahoo.com. Anyone who's listening, you want to come hang out with us for the rest of the week, trade live in my trading room. We'll do some lessons and stuff. Shoot me an email there. I'll let everybody come in for the next 4 days. We'll hang out for the rest of the week, answer any questions that you guys have, try to fix anything that's going wrong, and we can hang out for the next 4 days. Shoot me an email there.
What a guy.
Only people we ever do that for, Nick, is Topstep, just so you know. Period.
What a guy. Just giving away.
And we'll have some fun. There's no pressure, guys and girls. Nobody's going to try to sell you anything. Just come hang out, and we'll learn a couple of things for a few days. That's all.
Yep, they'll post it in chat. Pentra Custom Designs, but it's dgreen927 at yahoo.com.
D as in David.
There it is. Just posted in chat.
Eddie, thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it. Also, Eddie is the artiste behind those songs.
Eddie, that is spectacular.
Yep, a little assistance
You earned it,
from
man.
the
You
robots.
earned it.
Eddie's a mastermind. Peter Tuchman's song did win, by the way, in case anyone
Did it
was
really?
curious about that poll. Yeah, about 70% of people preferred
Yeah.
Mr. Tuchman's song. Pretty catchy.
I like it better.
Not gonna lie.
I like it better too.
Not gonna lie. It's damn catchy.
just
I think your
exactly-
song needs more drum solos, David. I think that's the issue. My personal opinion. Indices are perking up here, David. We're getting into
Yes.
lunchtime. We got ES about 2 points away from your 52s. You were talking about a short there. NASDAQ is creeping up to that level. It is 881s. We're at 867s, 870s. It is also creeping up to highs, top of range. So if you are bearish and like a cheap trade, is this your time? Depends on your conviction. Maybe, maybe not. You never know. ES breaking out.
Like I said, I like the long side better. When we had that
It's
nice little
pretty
pullback
bullish.
down there, I like that better. Yes.
I don't like short indices if there's no news, to be honest, because typically indices
And they're
are just-
strong. I'm not going to short just to short. I mean, look, it just blew through the double top by 3 points, so good no trade. We're too strong here. Like I said, long is the way to be. Now, we have our previous day close up at 61. So if we get to 61 for a trade, I would be short. That'd be straight up 17 points just for a trade.
Yes,
Right
thank
up
you
here at
both.
Previous day close.
Both have broken out and are testing to see if they can sustain highs above their range. That has been happening all day. David Green, that was a pretty fast 45 minutes, I gotta say. However, next segment is coming up. JD is taking over next. Ian Ben will be assessing the performance of our live funded traders during shoulder tap, and then Hogue will join him for our newest segment, Lunchbox Trading.
Beautiful.
David, always a pleasure. So glad to be working with Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Chat, or Chat TST as I like to call you. So good to hang out with y'all. Thanks for watching. Shoulder tap is coming up next.
Thanks, Dave.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to the Shoulder Tap. It's that time of day where we roast and we toast our fellow traders. We got risk manager Ben here from the Topstep risk team. Mr. Ben, what is happening today? I heard we got some big numbers flying around in those live funded accounts. Let's talk about it for a minute. Who's up? Who's down?
Yes, sir. I've got quite a bit to share today, and lots of activity. It seems like volatility has picked up somewhat in these equity markets, and there's a lot of traders who are taking advantage of it. Obviously, quite a few as well who are not seeing the market as well, or taking on too large a size, and not giving those trades room to work. It can be really difficult. We talked about that the last time we were on together, JD. When those market conditions change, if you don't adapt appropriately, it can really you get kind of whipped out in both directions. It can be a little miserable. But quite a few bright spots today. I don't want to bury the lead. We do have a trader who's up at last check about $115,000. Portion of that, unrealized. We'll talk about that trading card here shortly. But that is astounding to see a trader putting up that kind of profit, and it's not even necessarily on just one side of the market. So we've been in pretty steady communication. Go ahead.
Off the top of your head, Ben, do you know what the record P&L is for a live funded trader in one day?
Record P&L is just beyond, I don't want to misquote it, but I believe just beyond $100,000. That was actually set not too long ago. Here, I want to say back in November, we had a trader clear $100,000. Even with the leverage that the 150K account size allows for, that 15 contract max position size. Even if you buy the bottom and sell the top, as an example, on the entire day's range, it can be very difficult to get to $100,000 even at max leverage if you held it the entire way through. So some of these P&Ls that we see, they even have to pick tops and bottoms intraday, or reverse positions or whatever it may be. That's not something that I recommend doing. It's not something that we see lead to long-term success, but at the same, by the same token, you have to be prepared to, swing hard when you do have that perfect opportunity. And I think that, I was poring over JD in preparation. I wish I had a little more time to prepare for the segment, but when I was poring over those fills for this trade in particular, trying to zero in on exactly what they were doing and, how they were performing at such a high level, it's unsurprisingly, being able to replicate this type of success more than once, it comes down to risk management, being very, very ruthless about where you pick your entries and how you cut your losses short in order to stick around for those big days. But that is Kai in a Trade of 8 live account with us, who's up right now over 6 figures. Love seeing that. We do have a few other traders who are up pretty big today. I don't want to leave them out. Jake R's up $4,000. I know we've had him on the program a number of times. Today's been a good day for him. House account up $1,200. Got Nick for a tick up $2,400. Shane S, somebody that we've seen a number of times on the big boards and in these updates, up $21,000. He's been flat for some time, so hopefully walking away with a nice $21,000 day in his live account. Felipe up $5,000. Roby up $11,900. Huafeng up $8,000, and then Grace up $7,800. So quite a few traders taking advantage of this volatility today, these big moves higher and lower. And we'll do a deep dive here on Kai's trading, not just today. The day's not quite over yet, but surprised when we go through some of this information, JD. So unless you have anything else you want to share, we can dive right into that trader's trading card.
Those are some super heavy-duty, impressive numbers right there. What a great way to start the week. Nice cushion going into the rest of the week. Great job to all those live funded traders out there. All right, let's get into this. I want to hear more about Kai and his 100,000 plus winning, currently in a 100,000 plus winning day. What's up with Kai? What's he doing? What kind of moves is he making?
Yeah, so to start, and want to give the caveat here, there's an asterisk next to this performance. There's still, I'd have to go back in and check, but at last check, still has some position on, so we can't go too deep into the weeds there. But most of the P&L there is realized, and we'd like to see him lock it in above 6 figures, obviously. So again, we've been in communication with him on that. Want to see him take home a big winning day. But this is a trader who puts the position on, right, finds that spot, and then once it's working in their favor, they watch it work. I would point to, JD, January 6th, which is not very long ago. This trader put up $53,848 realized P&L end of day.
Unbelievable. I'm looking at that, yeah. So, it didn't take a whole lot of heat. P&L low that day was under $900, so didn't take a lot of heat to make that 53,000. Do you know what the P&L?
Right, and that.
I was going to ask you what the P&L high was for that day, but it's right there on the trade report. He closed out the day on his P&L high, so good moves.
Yes,
the guy's making all the right moves right now.
Yeah, really impressive. Again, I love getting the opportunity to go in and go fill by fill on some of these, traders' performance histories, especially someone who's put up, $50,000 in a day and a measly 7 days later, is sitting in $100,000 plus of profit in a live account is really sensational. I mean, the number of you would call them, retail traders in live futures markets that are capable of something like that. That's a very, very short list, not just at Topstep, but across all market participants. So have to give the flowers there, and ultimately what you take home is what matters. To keep that in mind for Kai, but going into those fills on that particular day, 1-6, it's really interesting seeing, Kai, as you can tell from those hold times, wants to be in the trade for a long time when it's winning. And that's what a lot of the great traders do, is they get it right and they let it work, right? They're not immediately cutting that position in half, or, cutting it at break even, or whatever the case may be. They're taking that full size all the way through. Again, that's difficult to do from an emotional standpoint. I think it takes a lot of maturity as a trader. You have to go through the pain of having that pull back on you, or hitting your loss limit, in the past, before you can really stomach those windfalls when they go in your favor. So Kai, right off the bat, based on the fact that this is the second time he's done it in a couple of days, tells me this is a trader who has been there before and, felt that pain and learned from it, such that, he can now, sit through it when it's working for him. But the getting to that position that is winning for him, that's the fascinating part here, JD. So looking at those individual fills, a lot of times he's taking a couple of stabs at the position that he wants, and being willing to, scale into it when it's working, but cut it at, if he wants to get into 15 lots, let's say, cutting that at a 5 lot position because it hasn't gone in his favor in a way that, he's comfortable with. And he may cut that 5 lot position for, 8 points. So he's keeping his risk really tight on a position when he's not, very confident that it's going to work for him, and then scaling into it progressively to ultimately, ride it out for a few hours when he's confident that it's, seen some sharp moves in his favor. And oftentimes, waiting until the end of the session to actually close that position. That's another really impressive element. That $53,000 day was liquidated at the end of trading for the day. So again, the ability to, whether it's shutting down the computer, not looking at it, or whatever it may be, however you're managing that emotionally, to ride out a 15 lot position to $53,000 of profit at end of day and get liquidated is really impressive. And we look forward to seeing what else I can do in this account beyond just today. So lots of really, really great takeaways from this trader's behavior. And that's the number one thing, and how I know that, or feel very confident he'll be able to stick around and be around for more of these types of days, is really cutting those losses quickly. It doesn't work every time. You'll look at that trade report, JD, every day except today, and that $53,000 day with the daily loss limit. So he's counting on getting backstopped by that daily loss limit, but so far is exceeding many multiples of that daily loss limit when he's right. So we know a lot of traders, JD. I know you've looked at a lot of these trading cards and trade reports. There's a lot of people who try to do this. Very few are successful at it to this degree in this short amount of time, and especially over time. So that, as a risk team, is what we're looking forward to, is helping Kai, build upon the success and sustain it, through the year. We just started 2025, so Kai's in an excellent position to take home, multiple 6 figures on the year if we can find ways to really manage that risk and stay grounded as we continue to put up really big days. So I'm super excited for this trader. I've got some more here we can go into, JD, but what else do you see from looking at it so far?
Skimming through the chat, I got a question here asking or saying, I bet his risk reward is out of sight. And let me tell you, his average winning trade is $14,353. His average losing trade is $518. That is,
yeah, that's a 28 to 1. Yeah, 28 to 1 for those that are counting at home. That's also, there's a caveat there. That is not including today's performance. So risk reward on these trades is going to be like 100 to 1 or something after today's trade reports process.
We're going to have to check back in on that tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah, for the novelty of it, we'll definitely share what that ratio ends up being. I'm sure it'll be comical. And those are the numbers we know. The statistics will come back down to earth because as exciting as today is, and it really is sensational for not just for Kai if he's able to lock in, today's, very close to today's P&L highs, but exciting for Topstep too to have someone continue pushing the boundary and continue to push what that largest winning day for a live trader actually ends up being. But once the markets close, once trading is ended today, that's sort of irrelevant, right? It doesn't matter anymore. Of course, you want to work towards a payout. This trader is not qualified for a payout yet. We want to see him work towards the minimum criteria to take a payout and really reward himself for this performance. That is when it matters, is once it hits your bank account. So turning this into cash in your bank account is vital. But as far as the X's and O's, the actual trading, tomorrow's a new day. Tomorrow's a new trading session. And I think particularly at this exact moment where Kai's, measuring this trade, it's important to think about tomorrow. We always talk about trading for tomorrow and really thinking about how I can manage risk into the next session, beyond just today's performance. So that's the really exciting part for the risk team and what we're looking forward to.
For all you traders out there looking to emulate what Kai is doing, just remember, if you're going to be using your daily loss limit as a backstop, looking for those home runs every day, you need a very healthy starting balance in your live funded account or any account that you're trading in, basically. So, Kai, get those next 3 $200 winning days and put some money in your pocket, will you? Love to hear more about the story. We're going to keep following this.
Yeah, absolutely. One other piece that I'd like to share that I think is part of the bigger picture in trading, especially day trading, is the number of people that the very top level traders. And I think there was someone on Twitter put out an interesting report on the statistics of those big board traders. End of year. Might be worth digging up and looking at if you're out there on Twitter. But, the number of traders who have a lot of success being on that big board, the top 25 at Topstep, the number of those traders who have hours long hold times they're disproportionately represented, meaning most of the traders who have a lot of success have, a lot of times multiple hours long hold times. So that is not me saying that to dissuade anyone from being a scalper. There's a lot of success to be had in scalping, but I think oftentimes, especially if you're a new trader, if you're not someone that's very seasoned, going in and trying to scalp, especially any type of size, something like the NASDAQ or, heck, even some of the other larger products, more volatile products as well, it's going to be very, very difficult to have sustained success doing that. The reason that a lot of the people who have sustained and high levels of success at Topstep have those multiple hour hold times is because that allows them to do their research, do their charting, put the trade on, and then let it work in their favor. We talked about Faye having a very excellent Q4, Q3, and Q4 performance last year. Same thing with Rafa, some of our other really legendary trading performances. Talking big 6-figure profits on the year.
Mm-hmm.
Those individuals plan their trade, they take their level, they trust their system, and then they give it room when it's working to really pay themselves. I think that's something a lot of traders really struggle with, is undermining their success when they are right. Very quick to take those profits and very reluctant to give up those losing trades when it's not working in your favor. Leaning on hope or whatever else is going on in your brain to try and justify that losing position. So that's the number one thing that I see Kai doing. It's not even the profits. It's not sitting in those losses for very long and adding to the winners, doing very, very well at that. I just almost finished. I've got about 20 pages left on it's very topical. I'm reading Best Loser Wins by Tom Hogarth, JD, if you're familiar with that book.
Very familiar.
Very interesting. Yeah, very excellent book. I've enjoyed it. And, this trader is an excellent example of that, adding to winners, being very comfortable with taking a small loss, surviving long enough to be around for those really high quality opportunities that make your year. The best traders typically, their bulk of their performance comes from a few of those days a year. And Kai, so far those days are skewing towards January so far, but who knows? We'll see what he's capable of doing, and we're looking forward to it.
Yes, absolutely. Great job, Kai. You're making all the right moves, and we're going to continue to track your progress. You mentioned Faye. I was just looking on the big board. Did we lose Faye on the live?
Faye did. Faye did lose her live account. It may have been the 31st of the year of
oh no,
December. That is. So the very second to last day or the last day of the year ended up losing that. We do have an autopsy, if you want to call it that, or a review of that trading card with the gravestone on it and everything. Should have been probably the last broadcast of the year for anyone that wants to go review that. For all of the celebration about these profits today, of course, there's traders that. For example, I'd give a quick shout out to Eric V, who's traded with us for today was his 127th day in his live account. Had a lot of success over a very extended period of time. Took a lot in payouts, but ultimately lost that live account today. Trading's a tough business, but Eric, took down some cash in this live account. Did well, and losing a live account is an opportunity to perform that autopsy yourself and then, figure out what adjustments, what changes need to be made and get back on the horse eventually. So no doubt Eric will do that. Shout out to him. Great trader. Happened to lose the live account as of today as well. So we'll continue to share the good, the bad, and the ugly on this program.
Thank you, Ben. Hey, has anybody called Kai from the Risk team today?
Yes.
I assume that we're reaching out to him.
Kai. That's right. Yeah. So a good portion of it has been via email. He is trading with us from Taiwan, so there is the time difference there. But we do have outbound calls, voicemails, emails, everything we can, and he's seen those communications, heard from us, and making the adjustments accordingly. So far, he's things have gone in his favor very well today. He's trading well, so we're going to let him keep trading well.
And he hasn't asked to expand his risk parameters at all, right? He's sticking with that $3,000 DLL. And
not to my knowledge, no, he has not made that request. I don't know if that'll come in after today. That's something that we might be inclined to, entertain. However, I think, given his performance with the current DLL and his, again, when he loses that loss limit. When you open that loss limit up, you're going to lose faster. Those losing streaks have a higher magnitude to them, and you don't want to see that. So I don't right now see any reason to expand it. Of course, we want to work with him if he's got a really structured plan for expanding his trading. Maybe so, but if it's just for the sake of, hey, my account's bigger now, I don't think inherently that's a great reason to expand your daily loss limit.
Very good, very good. All right, folks. Big shout out to Kai. Up over $100,000 today, trading the live funded account. Just carving up the NASDAQ today. All right, that's all the time we have for the shoulder tap today. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for being here, Ben. Appreciate you stepping in and telling us about this bring this excellent story to us, I should say. We're going to take a short break, folks. We've got Lunchbox Trading coming up. Hoag's going to come in. I'm going to stick around for another half hour, and we're going to look at the markets. We're going to take some questions and just do some overall great stuff. All right, folks, we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with Lunchbox Trading. Topstep TV. Let's go. Welcome back, friends and traders. It is time for Lunchbox Trading. You got me, you got Hogue. We're going to talk markets. We're going to look at charts. We might put a trade on, and we're going to take some questions from you. We dropped the link to the question form in the chat, in the YouTube chat. So if you have a question for either Hogue or myself, go ahead and click that link. Insert your question. We will see it on our end, and maybe we'll get to it. Mr. Hoagland, how has it been going this morning? I'm sorry I missed you during fast markets. I had to take a breather. But I hear the house account is up about $1,200 today. And we're just carving it up, huh?
Yeah, not bad. Pretty decent morning. We kept things small and very patient. Had three actually longs throughout the morning today and had some positive results, which is always good.
Speaking of positive results, Coop, I saw you in the chat there, and you're right. We did not get to Positive Monday yet today. So we're going to start off Lunchbox Trading with our Positive Monday quote, if we could please. Here it is. I'm heading out for a tattoo and a meatball sandwich from Bari. If you know, you know, Chicago people. Let's get rowdy. It's Positive Monday. That is straight from your Logan Square Chicago legend, Mr. Dan Tompkins. Thank you, everybody. If you haven't had a meatball sub from Bari, you haven't lived yet in the Chicagoland area, obviously.
Kind of funny, JD. I was at a birthday party for one of our friend's daughters. She's turning 30. She's married to a nephew of a guy I used to know on the trading floor at the Merc, and his sister's married to the Bari family.
Oh,
so
really?
Yeah, I tried to get recipes and stuff off the guy. I didn't get very far with that, but always one of the best subs, one of the best beefs. All their food is excellent.
I love the drama involved with that place too. Right next door is D'Amato's Bakery, like the best fresh bread joint in the city, and they're related. I think they're brothers-in-law or in-laws or something like that.
I believe so. Yes,
but they had a fight like 20 years ago, so D'Amato wouldn't give Bari the good bread anymore. But I think that they've reconciled, so now Bari has the good bread again. So you got to keep up on the family drama when you're going out for sandwiches here in Chicago. Keep that in mind.
And all those are very family businesses. The grandfather started the business, the father takes it over, then the grandson takes it over, and that's where they're at right now in Bari.
Mm-hmm. Excellent joint. All right, Hogue. We got the markets up. I am sharing charts. We are tapping on the ceiling of new highs in the NASDAQ right now.
Mm-hmm.
New regular trading hours highs, I should say. What do you like in here? Do you like it from the long side? Do you like buying new highs? Taking out the overnight?
I do like the long side, but I don't like buying new highs.
Mm-hmm.
We just had an opportunity about a half an hour ago. Once we took out the high of the failed upside auction in the NASDAQ here, we had an opportunity to come back right to the IB high in the NASDAQ, 20,855. And that was a pretty decent opportunity to look for a long up against that IB high. The S&Ps seem to be a little bit more buoyant. They have not come back to test that IB high. So, I do like the longs. The problem is, where do you put your risk? Where do you put your risk? I don't really like the short above the IB high, so I just have to sit and look for some sort of an opportunity as the day goes.
Yep. Too late to call anything a failed auction. If we were trading inside, back inside initial balance, it's kind of late in the day to be calling that a failed upside auction, isn't it?
Yeah.
What do you call it when we start trading back inside initial balance high this late in the afternoon?
Auction fade.
Auction fade. Got it. All right. So we are.
I think that's a market stalker D word, but it's just a way of saying, yeah, it's an auction that didn't succeed, but later in the day.
Got it. Hope everybody was listening to that. All right, we're catching, seeing a little bit of selling pressure. We're right back down at 28.75, which is Friday's low. Friday's low, 20,875.
Yeah,
that
last
number.
week's low. Yep.
And last week's low, yes. Last week's low and Friday's low. Keep that number in the back of your head, minds, folks. All right, let's take, you ready to take a question, Hogue? We got a couple good ones here.
Yeah, let's do it.
Jacobo wants to know, is there any way to know how many traders in the live account are Colombian? I'm sure there's a way to I'm sure there's a way for us to find out how many Colombian traders we have. I mean, if you're talking strict nationality, we don't know how many Colombian Americans are in live funded accounts, but we can definitely find out how many traders we have in Colombia trading in live funded accounts. But thanks for the question, Jacobo. Yeah, we have all that data. We just got to dig it up. All right. Yeah, very interesting question. We have traders from over how many countries, Hogue? 142 countries around the world.
Something like that, yeah. Worldwide.
Yes, Boomer. I do not know off the top of my head. It's not something it's not the first thing I search for when I start doing my morning analysis. All right. Shubham. Shubham's always good for a great question. Thank you for submitting, Shubham. Shubham says, hello, Coach. It's always a pleasure to be with you all while trading the New York session. Thank you so much for everything that you all do for us. Cannot be expressed in words. Today, my question is on the dome, the depth of market, or the ladder. Many times during the session, you all say, I spotted 100 lots on bid side or 50 lots on the ask side. And like that, how do you interpret this information in case when these massive lot orders are near the last traded price and far away, above and below in the price ladder? Well, I would start off by saying, thanks for the question, Shum. I would start out by saying that it's the market's job to find liquidity. And those big numbers, they're visible to everybody with level 2 data, and they're visible target areas. So the market has a natural tendency to go out and take out that liquidity. So you could use it as sort of a target area, depending on what side of the market you're trading. But Hogue, what's your take on big size orders coming into the market and the market sort of hunting or chasing them down?
Gravitating towards them,
yeah.
Yeah, well, JD, I mean, you said it best. I mean, the market's job is to facilitate trade. If there's an area that's going to provide a lot of volume to the marketplace, the market is usually going to target those areas. Big orders like that are put out there for a reason. There is a reason whatever traders have that they've put that big order out there, maybe for a couple of different reasons, hoping that the market comes and takes that liquidity, because that's what it is. Another reason they may put an order out there is to try and scare the market away from it. And it's very difficult to know what the market is going to do when it recognizes that kind of liquidity and that kind of size in there. I don't have the percentages on this, but it seems when there's a large order, more times than not, the market is going to come and check and see if that order is real. It is going to eat up that liquidity. It's going to probably get filled. And again, I don't know the actual number or percentages of how often that happens, but I would have to say it's got to be 70% of the time. It seems to me, JD, you may agree or disagree with that, but when somebody's hanging something out there like that, they want the traders to see it. They want traders to go look at it. They want traders to go and trade it out. Now, sometimes if there's a big order like that, it'll get canceled before it gets filled. So you'd have to be watching time and sales on that. What that means, well, the trader was just trying to attract price, see what was available at that price. Maybe they canceled part of the order. Maybe they got filled on the entire order. But it's a visual target. Shubham, you've heard me say 100 times, markets are very visual. When there is a visual level or target or area or bid or offer that is attracting the eyeballs of traders, traders have a tendency to push price to that level, whether they know it or not. Maybe it's psychological. I don't know what it is, but we see it happen very often with naked points of control. We see it happen very often with big bids, big offers. Market has a tendency to go where traders' eyes are looking. So, there's lots of different ways to, I guess, interpret this information.
Mm-hmm.
Just knowing that they're there, I think is something that can be helpful, useful for traders. We're starting to see some selling coming in here. Nasdaq's coming back down to that IB high.
Mm-hmm.
It's already been tested down there once.
IB high at 20,855 half. Is that correct? Is that what you got? Hold? Yep.
Yes. Exactly.
We do have a follow-up question in the chat. MT Hook wants to know, how is that not spoofing? We were talking about big orders coming in. Well, a spoof would be if you're trying to manipulate the market to give yourself a favorable fill, putting a 500 lot in and canceling it. So, for instance, arbitrarily say the market is 5 bid at 6. You want to buy a 5 lot at 5, so you put a 500 offer in at 6, thinking that you're trying to trick traders into thinking that it's going to go offered, and you get your fills on the 5s, and then you pull your offer at
5s, and you cancel the 6s.
Correct. So it's
true.
not spoofing. It's not spoofing in the fact that these orders are getting filled. So as long as these orders are getting filled, it is not considered a spoof. Does that make sense?
And the exchange has had a difficult time proving spoofing. I think I only know of, as of about 10 years ago, one time that they were able to actually prove spoofing through looking at time and sales. And so they've kind of thought up different rules and things. Like if you're going to place an order, that order has to remain in the market for 1 second or a half a second or a certain number of milliseconds before you're able to cancel it. So the exchange has been working on trying to find ways to kind of stop spoofing. But again, it's very, very difficult to prove. If I'm a huge trader and I put a 500 lot order in on the offer, and then I say, you know what? Wait a minute, I'm going to cancel that. Well, who's to say that that isn't true? Now, if there is a way in time and sales and watching the way the market executes and seeing what accounts are attached to executions, you could be able to prove spoofing. If I've got 10 on the bid at 5 and I'm not getting hit, if I put 500 on the offer at 6, I get my 5 bid hit and then I cancel my 6 offer. Okay, what's that saying? That's saying, I put that 500 lot offer in there to entice traders to hit into my 5 bid or anybody else's 5 bid. But again, you have to be able to prove the fact that I didn't actually want to get filled on that 500 lot offer at 6. How do you prove that? It's a very difficult thing. And, it was done in the pit too. I mean, locals would stand there and say, I'll sell 300 at even, 300 at even, 300 at even. And then they would stop offering. They didn't actually want it. Maybe they were working a bid at 90 with a broker behind them. They're offering 300 at even. Maybe some of the other locals are going to hit those 95s. He's going to get filled on his 95s. And then he takes his arms down and he's not going to get filled on his evens. He gets filled on his 95 bid and nobody's the wiser. Nobody cares. So if he is actively offering that 300 at even and a broker says, buy him, he's required to take the trade. He's required to take those shorts. But, a lot of times, locals will just offer those and put their hands down. Even if somebody says buy them, they may not notice it and put their hands down. It's the human factor was a part of it back then. But and they would even paint the tape. Locals, if you're short 50 at even, and it's going 65 offer, and it's going 60 offer, you're going to try and print 50s. You're going to sell. I'll sell you one at 50. Get the print in. The guy who buys the 50s is buying it on the bid. He's going to tell the exchange 50s traded. You're just trying to paint the tape to make the market look weaker than it may actually be. So these are all games that locals played. Paper didn't really play games in the pit. If they put an order in, they wanted to get filled on it. But it's all just part of the game. We had that pullback near the IB high, and now look at it.
Yep. Tapping on the ceiling, new regular trading highs again right now.
Yep.
Hoagie asked, how do you prove it? Well, Clerics in the chat has the answer. Polygraphs can prove intention. Anytime you want to, that would be funny. Anytime you want to open
so
an evaluation, you got to take a polygraph.
In the pit, if I was offering 300 to get my 95s bid, and somebody said, buy them to me as I'm putting my hands down on the 300 on the offer, and I turn around, I say, I'm out. I'm not doing them. And he says, but your hands were still up. You were still actively offering. I want that trade. First of all, that has to go through exchange arbitration. If there can't be an agreement at the exchange level, then it goes to the NFA. And if it goes through the NFA and there is some sort of crime supposedly committed, then it goes to the CFTC. So you're looking at a whole process over one trade that is it going to be worth it or is it not going to be worth it? You know, is the juice worth the squeeze when you're going to be litigating against a bidder and offer that you think was a spoof, but whoever had the offer in could say, I was ready to take them, but I canceled the order. How do you prove it? So you're a long ways to getting to lie detector tests if you're doing something like that.
Oh, were you ever in the habit of picking other traders off? In the chat, give me a yes or no if you know what it means to pick a trader off, to pick off a trade. Catch another trader snoozing with his hands up.
Yeah, I mean, paper for sure. That's what we were there to do, is pick off paper. But another local, you might say, hey, he's still holding up a 70 bid and it's 65 offer. You're like, hey, dude, you're way off the market here. Let's wake up a little bit. You're not just going to hit him on it. Although, kind of an old story from the pit. I'd been in there for a little while, and a new guy came in, and he's kind of up on the third step, and some of the old pros are behind him, and he's bidding 60 on one, and one of the pros behind him says, hey, it's 70 bid across the pit. So he bids 70 on one, and the guy says, sold, sell you one. The guy actually bid into the offer, and the old pro sold him the one lot on the offer just to play with him. So, I mean, yeah, those things did happen. But we all cracked up. Gersten was like, hey, it's 70 bid across the pit, 70 on one, sold.
Tricky. Yeah.
Just playing with the kid.
You got to keep them on their toes, right?
Yep.
And you should always be on your toes when you're working orders in the markets also.
100%.
If you're active in the market, you should be actively observing at least. All right, Hogue. I think we got time for another question. You want to take one more?
Sure.
We just put in a new regular trading hours high, and we're kind of, I don't know, it feels like we're kind of megaphoning just a little bit here in the NQ. But
yeah, we're
looking at a 5-minute chart.
Above the IB high, higher highs, higher lows.
All right, let's grab another question here. Oh, Baez has a good question. Baez wants to know, what's a good payout strategy percentage-wise? Payout strategy percentage-wise, or other way for traders to make sure that they can pay themselves without hurting their future chance of continuously growing the account. What's your take, Hogue? What would you say?
All right.
If you're pulling money off the table simultaneously while also trying to build your account, what's a good percentage to take off? Would it be like 25 or 30%?
All
a
right.
month or
So
depending on if you're profitable or not.
So for example, 50 grand in your account. Let's say 10 grand in your account. For the week on Friday, you made 5 grand. Take 2,500 of it. Now your balance is 12,500. The next week, you make 10 grand. You take 5 grand out. Your balance is now 17,500. The next week, you lose 5 grand. You don't take any money out. The next week, you lose 3 grand. You don't take any money out. The next week, you make 5 grand. You take 2,500 out. The next week, you make 3 grand. You take 1,500 out. The next week, you're scratch. You don't take any money out. The idea being is, and I know a lot of locals that did this, until their accounts got to a certain level where they would put themselves at greater risk knowing that they have all that money in there. But that's, to me, that one of the best ways to build the account is, every week or every other week, take half of your profit out and leave the other half in the account to try and build the account over time. Mm-hmm. One of the locals that I knew from the floor, he also knew my parents. That they had a place up in Lake Geneva that was kind of next to ours, and this was before I was even trading. And we used to take the train back and forth. Him, my dad, and myself. And he's trading, and so he asks my dad. He's like, how much should I keep in my account? And this is the mid '80s. So how much should I keep in my account? My dad says, well, I don't keep much more than $1 million in my account. And his eyes got real big. He's like, you're kidding, right? And my dad was like, no, of course I'm kidding. You should never keep that kind of money in your account. You want to keep enough money in the account where you don't have to write a check if you have a drawdown. What that is for you, I don't know. Nothing pissed me off more than having to write a check to put money in my account. So, depends on your size, depends on your risk per trade, depends on your win percentage, how much you're going to be able to depend on that win percentage over a long period of time. All of these things are a factor in that. When I started getting around 50, 60, 70 grand in the account, I knew it was time to kind of trim it a little bit, take that money, put it in the bank, because you're going to have to pay tax on it for one. And if I did hit a drawdown where I needed to bring in a check, I had the money. My dad was smart like that. He'd always say, when you're making money, have fun, do what you want to do, but always put some away, because nothing lasts forever. And, there are going to be lean times in trading. There are periods of time in the markets provide a lot of opportunity and offer big profits. There are times in the markets where it's like trying to pull teeth to try and take money out of the market. So if you're making money, try and build the account the way we talked about. When you do trim the account, take that money, save it for taxes, and in case you ever have to bring in a check. Hopefully you never have to bring in a check. That was the worst. I hated that. But, everybody, has good periods, bad periods. I mean, I've seen the mountaintops and I have been to the valleys.
Yep.
So it's all
what was your dad's dad wisdom on that again? You used to tell a story about down on the floor. You'd ask your dad, like, all these guys are so smart and so funny. How do they keep it up all the time? Something about hard times, creating building character, or something like that. Is that it?
So why is everybody in this business so funny? I mean, they're all just characters. And he just looked at me with a very serious look in his eye and said, hard times breed character.
It's the truth, folks.
100%.
All right, Hogue. Appreciate your time, Hogue. That's all the time we have for Lunchbox Trading. We're going to take a short break. We've got Anne-Marie and Fatima on the tip of my tongue. They're coming in for Trade with Topstep in just a couple minutes. We're going to take a very short break. We'll be right back, folks. Topstep TV, let's go.
right, traders, welcome to Back to the Futures. I'm Hogue. In the middle, we have Fatima. It's great to see Fatima again. She's got some interesting things to discuss here. We're looking forward to talking to her about that. And it's been a minute since I've been here with Anne Marie. It's always a pleasure to be with you, Anne Marie. Happy New
Miss
Year.
you, John. Always. Happy New Year to you. And it's been a long time since I've been with you, Fatima.
Yeah.
It's been a long time. Yes, I'm
Been a minute.
I love spending time with girl traders. So, I mean, I like spending time with all traders, but, you know, I have a heart for the girls.
All right, you guys want me to just go?
No! She meant no. She wasn't just shrugging her shoulders like that.
So Fatima, you're in a trade right now. Do you want to tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, sure. Let me see. I think I entered this trade at about 7 a.m. So I think that would be
nice.
10 p.m. East. No, it would be 9 p.m. Central Time. So I entered 2 contracts at 8:28. I wanted to get 50 points. NASDAQ, yeah. I got my 50 points, so I took one off. I was aiming for London lows, which is going to be 693. So I was
so
up
close.
I was up one contract. I was up. So after I took one out, it went my I can't think anymore. So I have one contract right now at 8:06, and I was up about 100 points, and then 9 o'clock happened, and it just went up, and I did not see that move at all. So, I wanted to get out of the trade at about 8:30 and just take like a 20-point loss, but I guess I kept having hope. So then now my exit's going to be at 9:20. But I'm hoping it won't hit. I still have my, I think I still have it at London's low. I'm just waiting to see what happens this hour. If it breaks to 8:12, I think I'd be pretty confident it's going to go down all the way to maybe 700, but I'm just waiting for now. And I'm okay with whatever happens.
So you had a nice profit on one of them. Now you're kind of stuck on one of them. Stop up at 820, 920, you said, right?
920, yes.
Some pretty sizable risk there. Hey, are you able to share your charts so we can see what you're looking at, Fatima?
Let me try.
I know sometimes it's difficult to give it a shot. Give it a shot. Anne Marie, how was your trading today?
Slow. I only took a couple of little trades. I missed a big move. I was looking at the gamma line down at 750, and I looked away. You know, I got the attention span of a Cocker Spaniel, and so I looked away, and then I looked back, and it was 810, and then I was, you know, so far away from my entry. I said, "All right, let me just wait it out." So I'm waiting
Wait and
for
see what happens.
The next setup. Yeah.
And it looks like you're trading from a rooftop today.
Yes, nothing but blue sky. Nothing but blue sky.
Must be nice in Florida down there.
It is quite nice, though, I will tell you. The temperatures have been lovely. As you know, this time of year, it's just great.
It's 16 degrees here.
Oh, yikes.
16 degrees. I'm going to try not to go outside until March.
I wouldn't blame you. Even though I do like the cold, 16 is, especially if there's a little wind. That's no joke. That's no joke.
I like to step out there in the cold for just a few minutes first thing in the morning just to wake up.
Yes. I do like that. I do like that. Well, we really are caught in that sideways space. My question, Fatima, is the number you picked at 920, is it based on, okay, that is the max loss I'm going to take? Are you seeing a number there, and what are you basing it on?
920, I had it as a resistance area.
Okay.
So that's why I want to get out there. But I might re-enter for the down at 941. I would just have to see how the price action.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at too. I've got a sell order, a couple of sell orders waiting up there just in case it does that. John, your top step levels, as always, have been absolutely lovely. Between the two of those and the gamma lines, they've just been a really nice region to set up. Okay, I see your 920 up there. Yeah, I
Makes
think
me
I
happy.
do. Yeah, of course. Of course. I got to give you props, dude. Of course, because they're always good. You just have to pay attention to them.
Pick the low in the S&Ps, pick the high in crude oil. As far as weekly kickoff levels are concerned.
Yeah. Good morning.
Can you see my screen, or it's not working?
Not yet. That's
not just yet, it doesn't seem.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not seeing it come through on our end, just so you know.
Oh, okay. Question for you. You said that you were implementing a new strategy in a couple of spaces. Why / what might have pushed you in that direction, and what do you hope to get in the new strategy?
Okay, yeah, sure. So so I don't know if you remember, but I had multiple accounts. With sometimes it would be a risky account.
Yeah.
And certain accounts I would want to make 4,000 is the goal. One account would be 1K. So that was working, but I still noticed that my greed was getting in the way. It wasn't enough for me. Sorry, 1 minute. So now, so I kind of went crazy in the last month, December, because I would notice I would enter good trades. I would keep holding just like I did today. So I'm a little disappointed in myself today because, like I said, I was up over 100 points and I didn't get out. But I was also trading on different accounts, so I was distracted, and I shouldn't allow that to happen. But anyways, the new strategy is I'm gonna go super slow. I'm not gonna have any risky accounts until I have a certain number in my account. So I have another Express account. For that one, I have to be 100% sure about the trade to enter, and it's mostly. I'm trying to enter only in one trade and get out. So I did that during after hours. I did it last night. I got about 60 points, locked myself out. I was happy with it. I was thinking, I'm like, maybe today's a good day and I can get more. I'm like, no. My goal is to make it to 10,000 in each account, and then maybe they can be a little risky. I can add more contracts. So that's my strategy to basically keep all my Express accounts. I did break it a little for this one because, so for the other account that I did good on, I wanted, so I was looking at my stats and I wanted 100% everything. On Friday, I was down a bit. And if I kept holding like I used to in December, I would have lost the account. But I was like, this is becoming ridiculous because I would be up 4,000 and then I would just keep holding 3 contracts for 100 point and then I would lose the account. So I got out and then I was down about 3K on that account. And then I saw a perfect trade. It went down 200 points and I got all those 200 points and I made everything back plus about 4K, and I was happy. And I'm like, I can't risk anymore. I locked myself out. But if I continued with how I was in December, I would have lost the account because I kept holding, and I would just, for some reason, I would not look at my charts. I was trading just based off of price actions and my feelings. Yeah, and the price action, looking at the volume, looking at, oh, there's maybe like more green candles, so it looks more bullish than bearish. But yeah, so now my risk man much better. I'm looking at my charts more. I'm not ignoring any of the indicators. So right now, like I have an EMA at this level, 847. If I was trading, if I had entered at maybe like 900, I would maybe take off one here and see how it is. Before, I would probably just hold to 813, which is my next level. So yeah, that's basically the strategy, and looking at my charts more, and I guess not going with my bias, just going with what I see. If that makes sense.
Where did the greed come from, Fatima?
I was just about to say, yeah.
I do not know. I am not a greedy person. Like, I love helping people. I love giving. Maybe I'm greedy on myself, but I said it before. It's one day on Topstep, I made 18K in a day, and that's still in my mind. That destroys me every time because I'm like, I can make so much. So every time, if I don't know, I've had a lot of Express accounts that I lost in December and November. It's been like awful 2 months. Every time I'm up over 1 to 3K, and I just lose it the same day. And I'm like, I can just buy another. But right now, every time I get transferred to live or I'm doing good, it's because I have a goal, certain profit, certain points that I do, and I stick with it. So that's been successful. I know how to become like successful, but for some reason, sometimes I'm like, okay, I have 8K in this account now, so I can go with 5 contracts and I can make my 2K fast. I make my 2K, and then I'm like, that was easy. Maybe I can make another 2K, and then I just enter a bad trade that I wasn't 90 to 100% sure of, and I just lose. So that's what I did. Maybe in December, I was positive. I was never so sure in my life that something was going to go up. And I stayed awake all night. I entered at 10 p.m., was up 5,000, then it went down. It was after the FOMC day. So I had gone down 1,000, and then Thursday it went down about like 400 points. I'm like, Friday, it's going to have to be an up day. I read some stuff, so I was like sure it was going to be an up day. So then I held it until 4:30 a.m. and it hit I had 13K in that account, and I lost all 13K. I didn't have any daily loss limit. I didn't have anything. Yeah. I'm ashamed of it. And then it hit my.
Don't be ashamed. I mean, it's something we've all done, and you're getting a lot of love in the chat.
I love your transparency. I love it. So few people are brave enough to be this transparent, and I absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. I do have a couple questions for you, though. The first one is, do you think it's really greed or wanting to be right?
For that one, it was greed. So for the 15K, the 14, or I think it was up 15K. I had one more day for a payout, and I really wanted that payout. And I had done everything to get that payout. Like I said, I was up 5K that night. So and I could have got out anytime, and I was still up 6K, 7K, and I knew like the next day when it hit 6:30, it might go up. So I still had about 6K in the account, and I could easily make it all back. So when I kept, like I said, I kept holding. It hit the max drawdown at about, I don't remember the price, but it was like, let's say 20,110. And then it went down to 20,106. And then it went up 800 points. So I was just 4 points away from making basically like $80,000. That was my goal. I was going to keep holding until 11 a.m. So that was my goal. And I could have achieved that goal if I just had proper risk management. If I just had one contract less.
Right.
So it was all greed.
Yeah. So
that was gonna
maybe
be winning day.
maybe the simple fix is the risk management, and John has that great saying that he says, if you're within a few points of where your target is,
The 10% rule.
yeah, maybe talk to yourself about saying, it's not exact, but it's close enough for slow dancing. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, it sounds like the only thing that you're looking at, although you've got a lot of things that you're pulling on, saying, I'm going to change this, I'm working on this, I'm working on that. Really, the big thing is just holding yourself completely accountable to a risk management event. And if you're up a ton and you give back 50% of that, you just give up on saying, no, I'm holding this for later. But that's got to be a mental thing that you agree to inside yourself. If not, you're going to have a constant war all the time, and you're going to move those edges. That's my thought anyway, Hogue. What do you think? What would you add there?
Fatima is very cerebral and really thinking this through. So, number one, I'm very confident you're going to get through this and you're going to be a successful 100%. Trader. The one thing that I've seen happen over and over again, especially on the trading floor, was somebody who's new to trading or has been trading for a while hits a windfall profit. Maybe it's not even anything that they planned for or that they did, but they get this $18,000, $20,000 winning day. And then they start to think, well, I did it today. I'm going to do that again tomorrow. And I'm going to do that again the next day and the next day and the next day because I did it today. There's nothing that says I can't do that every day, except for the fact that, I've seen a lot of people, they get the right 10 lot at the right time, that it's a huge winner. They think they're a genius and they think that that they've got it now and that they're always going to be able to be profitable. Now, Fatima, I'm not saying that that's you, but having that feeling of, having that windfall profit that day, of course, you are perfectly capable of doing it again. We don't know what day that's going to be. And just keep doing what you're doing, building the account and adding slowly. You said you had, a low risk account and a high risk account.